Hey guys, this is Kha'zix Abilities, and then we're gonna move on to the other sections of the god. So first, the easiest way to understand his abilities is his Q is his highest damage ability, if they are isolated, of course. And usually you want to prioritize this ability when you are fighting. Your W is a skill shot, which can also be a heal if you are in melee range of the target that you W'd. Your E is a strong mobility spell. You can get it's a very strong a gap closer pretty much that you have, and if used well, targets will pretty much not get away from you because you can always just stick onto them with your E. Your R is a very strong stealth ability, which helps you reposition and also play for your next cooldown rotation. Your Q, when it's not evolved, is 4 seconds, so you can stealth after your Q and then buy time for your next rotation to where you just win the 1v1, for example. Now we got pros and cons. Very high burst champion, kind of noticed it earlier in his Q isolation damage. He's a strong carry champion. He usually wants to be played alone, but you can start grouping if you have W evolve especially. Things that he will struggle on would be killing tanks usually, because he is a assassin. The assassins aren't great at killing tanks. He's also very strong at dealing with the enemy carries, but if they start grouping, it's a bit harder to kind of assassinate them. And because he's a carry jungler, most carry champions, if they get CC'd, they usually have a high percent chance of dying. So be careful of that when you play Kha'zix. So his champion identity, you want to just understand that this champion, as funny as it sounds, he talks about adapting a lot, and you do really want to adapt to the game state in the game. So understanding what evolutions are good, what itemization is good, is very important. It will help you make the game easier to play if you're a lot more versatile with your builds. And if you understand what is going on in the game, let's say understanding when it's a volatile game, when it's a stable game, this will help you honestly with any champion you play. And Kha'zix to me is a very macro / knowledge heavy champion. The mechanics of the champion are actually quite simple and easy. It's more about knowing how to really pressure the map throughout the whole game. So you will learn that more throughout the god. We're gonna have builds, we're gonna have runes, and we're gonna have some gameplay of different builds I play, different styles. So I got you guys covered. Ideal conditions when to pick him. Usually I like picking him when I see 3+ squishies on an enemy team, meaning they're not going to be that tanky. And to me, that's a really good Kha'zix game, because usually Kha'zix, I only like playing when I can play Assassin. I think his Bruiser build, though it is not bad, it's just suboptimal. You might as well play a better Bruiser champion most of the time. But of course, if you're an OTP, you want to have fun, I got you builds covered for if you want to just play any build and just be versatile in every game you play. But usually, I don't like picking into heavy tank comps. If they have 3+ squishies, perfect Kha'zix game, because you can go Yumu's opportunity and just play the one shot. And usually the tankier the comps, usually the higher CC they have. Sometimes they have some reveal abilities to where you just can't get away from them. They will just hold you down. So those kind of games are usually the hardest. And the reason why, also another good reason why 3+ squishies are usually good for your comp. Usually those kind of games where there's it's champions are a lot more fragile. They usually want to play a bit more stable games, I feel compared to tankier bruiser type champions where they want to perma fight, So hope that helps clarify and help you understand when to really pick them. Pathing. So I have a small little video segment on Riftkit right after this slide, so I'm going to go a bit more in depth there. But the best way to know which lane to path to is the lane that's going to progress the game. The more knowledge you get of the game, you will kind of understand who kind of wins you the game, other than yourself, of course. So let's say you have a split pusher, that would probably be a good lane to play towards if let's say they're only win con. Usually usually like carry top lanes, like split pushers or like like Ambessa, Fura, Yorick, these kind of champions. They are very good champions to play for. I kind of named the most random champions, not a lot, but playing for them is not bad because if they're winning side lane, you can control the map naturally because of their like shift. But in other ways, you can view lanes path to is like, can you play for level 3 invade using like lane pro, and be careful of being invaded yourself, right? If you know from experience this ball lane matchup doesn't get pro, you should probably path away from that lane. Otherwise, you might lose your camps, you might get invaded, you might lose the crab on that side, you might get double crabbed. So the best rule of thumb is identify which lane you can kind of just full clear and get a free crab in peace. So it's kind of hard to kind of know that when you're like lower elo, but I'm going to talk about it more in depth in the video segment on of like my riff kit segment in the next slide. This is kind of a pathing kind of segment. Well, it is pathing, and what I'm talking about is just like paths you can do on Kha'zix. I will release a video on like just jungle clear on Kha'zix, how to do it very efficiently, like your full clear and stuff. But I just want to talk to you guys about like certain paths you can do. Like I have invading segments, and now this one's just like the standard like pathing. So your standard full clear, starting with buff, doing Krugs, then going to Raptors, Wolves, Gromp, Blue, into Crab is your most standard full clear that you can do on Kha'zix. You can do it on both sides, pretty much the same thing. You'll have enough gold for double sword pink. If you have like triple tonic or something, you can get Dirk on your first recall, which is the only way to get Dirk on your first recall without any like kill, pretty much. And you usually want to always path to the lane that has prio, but that's not really easy to tell when you're low elo because it is kind of like a knowledge kind of thing. So my greatest advice on knowing which side kind of has prio is if someone has ignite versus a TP, usually the ignite guy should be kind of fighting to the death / having prio. Range versus melee support can go either way, but range supports that usually get prio and range supports that don't. Range supports that do would be like Karma and like Nico, and then range supports that don't are like Sona, So some range supports are weak in terms of like getting prio, some are very strong, getting pushed into any melee support. And then for melee supports, even though sometimes they get pushed in, it's very nice to gank a Leon or Nolus because like all they have to do is just flash Q or flash, like Leon can flash Q someone or Nolus flash auto someone, and you can run someone down if they are too far up in the lane. So those are ways you can think about how to path to someone. And usually you want to think about your side lane conditions more than your mid lane condition. So for low reload at least. So that's like the blueprints for low, because I can go a lot more advanced with it, but I think it's just good for now. That's what you should know now. Your next clear is doing the 1.5 clear. So this is to have Dirk on your first recall. The only thing I don't like about this clear is, let me just write it down. The only reason why I don't like this pathing where you do this, go here, then do the rest of your camps, is because your second turn, I'm going to talk about later, like your second turn play is a lot more like vegan, a lot slower, because you can't really invade his quadrant that he started, but you can kind of invade the opposite side, and like you kind of just want to play dragon. That's all you want to do. You kind of want to play like something like this. Like let's say you started like top side rights. Like by the time you finish your 1.5 clear, it's gonna be 4:30, I think, something like that. I think it's like 4:30. Okay, I don't know why I wrote it down, not all. Oh my god. It's gonna be like 4:30. So Dragon's gonna be spawning quite soon. Maybe like 4:45 you'll finish, depending on like how fast it is. Then you should walk straight out to the map, play for this, play for this. Play to like find him in the jungle. I think farming is not really worth it usually. But sometimes you might have to, right? Because of like maybe your balance pushed in. But then you have to always think about the dragon. Because I feel like when you do this kind of base, you really, it's like for level 6 advantage. Or, well yeah, it's level 6 advantage plus like better item buy. So which you will have a better like Drake condition fights or better invade, like stronger invade fight, you know? So let me put the reasoning down on the side. And then the 1.5 clear. So that's how I would say about the 2 clears. And then there's more clears or Pantheon examples, which you will see in invades, like how you can like start raptors and invade, etc. But these are the 2 main paths you kind of just want to like learn. I don't really do like this one that often on Kha'zix. I think it's like kind of whatever. But these are 2 clears. Why you should do them. And you should just do the full clear, like every game pretty much. I dislike doing the 1.5 clear because even though it looks very good to do, I like to have the options be able to, like I don't want to be down map tempo because like when you do this, so 1.5 clear, you are kind of like AFK farming for a certain point. But Kha'zix, like if there's an opportunity to invade or gank a lane, it's way better to. Like if you do the 1.5 clear while doing like and there's an opportunity, it's like hard to kind of like respond to it because you might lose your camps, which sometimes like can be worth it, but it's like kind of like hard to what do you call it? Like you might just be like not near that lane in terms of proximity. Like when you just full clear, right? You can gank this lane or this lane, then you recall, you walk. And you walk here, and you can gank ball again. And it makes more sense, right? And it's like, let's say, like, one drummer didn't do the 1.5 clear, and one did, right? Like, say you did. Like, let's say you're, like, you're on your last clear, right? You're doing your exit clear. You're here, and you're going. And a very big fight happens bot side. But, like, enemy drone based, and he's here with a stronger buy. Like, it would just be fairer for red team than blue team. So that's why I don't like it that much. Because Kha'zix is not meant to just, like, AFK farm like that, almost like there's nothing happening on the map. But champs that usually do the 1.5 clear, like Hecarim, Nocturne. These champs are actually strong without even recalling, just because like their base kits are very good, and Hecarim Q3 is very strong. You know, all these 1.5 clears have very strong like clearing, and like they're strong like base stat was. So like the buy is like doesn't matter too much, you know. So that's like the difference, like why I dislike 1.5 clear a lot. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I mean there's more pathing, right? But it's like in the invade section. So this is just the 2 most standard paths you can do and like how you should think about them while in game. But usually, yeah, always try to do full clear. So if you guys have any questions on that, let me know down below. Invading. So a lot of people, you know, sometimes they get flamed, sometimes they get attacked. Oh, you're cheesing. Oh, you're cringe for invading. At the end of the day, if you have a good opportunity to invade, you should take it. Why would you even be scared to invade that could just win you the game? It's like flaming like an Olaf player for not walking in level 1 when he clearly has one of the strongest level 1s in the game. It's like, people have like the most weirdest excuses. Like, don't be scared of invading, because if you do get the invade off, you can literally carry the game 1v9. Okay guys, this is like invading on Kha'zix. I'm gonna give you pretty much every like standard invade. You can do it on the jungler. It can be used on both sides. So I'm gonna do more general invades, and then I'm gonna do like specific invades on like whether you're blue side or red side. So the first invade we can do is level 2 invading. Or let's just talk about level 1 invading. Level 1 invading. But what you need for level 1 invade is Sixth Sense, the rune. You can't do it without it. Like, you can do it with red trinket, you know, oracle, red oracle. But I like Sixth Sense more because like it kind of just spots out the ward right away as soon as you're near it. So a level 2 invade would be like, or a level 1 invade would be like you're standing here, you know, and you know jungler's like standing here, and you just like walk in. You just walk in nonchalantly. You know, jungler starting this. You're just standing here, walking nonchalantly. Oh, actually, usually, thing is, you would usually go this way. You can go this way, or this way is really nice because you can take the blast cone, pop over the wall. You're here, and then boom, you like fight the guy. So level 1 invading, you just walk in, pretty much. Level 2. This one, there's multiple ways of doing it. So you want to do one camp before you invade, right? So for the first one, the most standard level 2 invade is you start the Raptor camp. You're gonna do W star Kha'zix. You're gonna eat this, and then you're going to invade. You're gonna invade the blue or the Gromp. That is the most standard level 2 invades you can do. Another one is you do this camp, and then you E over this wall. You'll E over this wall always. Oh. Okay. And then you're gonna go all the way here, and you're gonna fight this guy. When this is good to do, usually good to do versus champs that are not super OP level 2. So honestly, what would beat you? I mean, actually, dude, I feel like nothing really beats you level 2 because Kha'zix Skins is really OP and they're gonna be tanking the buff usually. It's just that the only issue is like if they didn't start this side and they started the opposite side. I mean, your clear is a bit slower. You'll take a bit extra damage while doing the camps, but you can base right after for a longsword. This is what I would do usually. But this is another level 2 invade, so let me just write it down. Raptor into enemy jungle. Buff into enemy jungle. And now the last one. I guess I can talk about all the nation invades. This is very blue side specific, where you start this blue buff, and you walk to his Krugs. You know if you start red buff, you will kill him at his Krugs with E. Blue side level 2 blue buff into enemy Krugs. I've done this invade before. You actually will see it in one of the VODs in this video, like later in this video, because I have like 5-6 VODs of just like Kha'zix gameplay, the way I played different builds, etc. And you will see this cheese being done. So, you know, live example. The reason why I started doing this cheese is because you can pretty much get here in time to where like you get the guy to 1 HP, or sometimes you can get there to where like you're able to get the Krug, because neither of you will have smite when you invade here, because both of you guys have smited the big buff, you know. So and Kha'zix is really good at like getting someone very low very fast. Like sometimes they can be very low because they don't expect it, right? They're not potting, maybe they're a champion that like kind of gets higher HP the longer the clear goes, etc. So you just like kill them or burn their flash for free. And if you get all the small croaks, it's pretty good though. Now level 3 invade. So got multiple different level 3 invades. Also let me move these all to the corner. So I feel like it's a bit like distracting for me at least. So let's say we are blue side. This is the typical red side camp into invade. So you do all these camps and you invade. Now there's two ways you can play the invade. Oh, you can invade this side or you walk like this. If you're midway shoved in, you walk like this. If it's not, you walk like this. And then you will walk here. You will take a little peek at his raptor. If the small baby raptor is pulled, that means you know he's right here. And then you will walk in, and then you will fight him here. This is the one invade. Now, for the other side, there's two ways you can play it. You can play to attack him on the wolf camp. Okay. Or you will ward here and you will sit in this bush. You will sit here and wait for him and you're going to kill him. These are the two different type of level 3 invades. You probably asked Kaido, why are we jumping this guy on the wolves, but why don't we jump this guy on the raptors? Well, the raptor, he will just see you. So it's kind of harder to do this one, you know? So level like this quadrant into enemy 4th camp, or wait for him at 5th camp. Easy. Now the next invade, which is on your 2nd turn. So I talk about league in turns. So when you first respawn, when you first load into the game, that is like your first turn of the game. This is on after your first recall. That's when I call it your 2nd turn of the game. So let's say you full cleared, you know, like you're chilling, you full cleared your base. Let's say you got crab and all, and maybe you have like Dirk. Okay. Now, if you know the jungler started this side, right? You know he started red Krog Raptors. That's like his clear. Red Krog Raptors into his bot side. You can play to invade if you have good tempo. You can play to invade him as Krogs or kill him as Raptors. So if you know you can get here, so this usually spawns at 4:15. Usually spawns 4:15. If you can get here in time, you're a very strong champion with Dirk, especially, or even with like swords or pickaxe. Very strong, a lot stronger than most champions in isolation. You can fight him to the death here, potentially, or you fight him here with mid push. Why is this good? Because usually you can do this even if your top lane is even, your mid has like push or even. It will usually be a good fight because you're winning 1v1 already. So if you get the initial chunk, which Kha'Zix is really good at, he's good at like just chunking someone instantly. Because like, right, like you jump on E onto someone to Q and W, like that's a lot of burst damage, right? So the guy will already be pretty much like half HP lower. And then you are going to be pretty healthy anyways. So this is how you get like an advantage. This is the kind of first way to get an advantage. Another way is so let's say you guys started opposite sides of the map. So he started the red buff, the red side, you started this. He is on his 2nd turn, you know, he's running all the way to his Krogs. Then he's going to his Raptors. You already finished this, right? You can invade him at the wolves. You can fight him here. You can fight him here. You can also sit in here if you want, and you can drop awards just like before. It's like the same thing. It's kind of similar. It's really good to do this when you have mid push, and you have ball that can push. Because if you were able to kill him or push him off these camps, take this, and then also take your respawn over here, or we can translate this into a dragon. Because dragon will be up, right, at 5 minutes. You have such a good, you're in such a good state of the game. Like, you're such a good game state. I don't know why I say it like that. Such a good game state. Because now he has to base, and then he has to walk all the way out to the map, right? And you can, like, this is, all of this is worth way more than, like, your top side. Doesn't mean you need to always do dragon. You could just play for camps too, right? But ideally, like, dragon is just, like, really good to get off the map. Especially how fast they do it too, you know? Those Kha'zix. So, using your damage advantage is very important as Kha'zix. It's how strong you are. Like, in the isolated, like, in the isolation, like the 1v1. Just getting people off and, like, chunking them out is very good to do. Because, like, your champ has sustain built in his W, so you want to get, like, these kind of, like, small advantages which will lead into very big wins later on. Okay, so let's do one more. Let's just write it down. Second turn is invade his first returning quadrant, first quadrant he goes to. He goes to, or invade his second quadrant. So there's that. Now, the next invade is the second buff invade. Second buff usually spawns, usually it's like 7-minute plus spawn or something like that. And usually by then, you should be level 6 a good amount of time as Kha'zix. But, like, you can just walk in and just, like, go fight him to death. That's, it's one of the most popular invades to do, actually. Because a good amount of time, like, maybe you're just farming the second turn, and you don't really do it much. But, like, this is, like, the third turn, right? Third turn is the buff invade, where you should be 6, usually. And, like, level 6, if you're Q evolved especially, you, like, mug so many champions. So it's something for you to think about. It's like the main invades that you kind of want to think about consistently. You want to try to, especially this third turn invade, you really want to do, like, very often. Because this will lead into, like, you taking his whole top side, which can lead into pretty much knowing where he is the rest of the game, so you're map hacking. And you can translate into Drake, Grubs, mid gank, you know, etc. Or just having a very massive camp lead. And Kha'zix is very OP with XP, which, you know, the best way to get an XP advantage is by stealing camps, you know, and denying from the enemy team, which then also farming yours. That's why Q evolve is very strong, which I'll talk about more later on. And these are ways to just kind of find, like, consistent leads in the game. Like, if you guys think about these every game, you're already doing a pretty good job on Kha'zix, pretty much. So, hope this kind of answered, like, invading on the champion. Let me know down in the comments if you guys have questions about it, and let's move on to the next segment. A very basic way to view jungle tempo is just based off your camps. The faster you clear your camps, the faster, the higher tempo you have on the enemy jungler. So let's say you full cleared already, and he's on his third camp on his second clear. That means you're pretty much up 2 camp tempo on him, so you have a lot of time to make a play. You can also play to invade him on his last camp potentially if you're on that side, right? So, thing is, don't let this make you think, oh, you must, like, always full clear as soon as out of base. Sometimes you can make a play without clearing your camps, but understand, like, once you do something like that, it's like you want to go back to farming, right? You farming camps is like laners capturing their wave. You know, you have to go catch eventually to where, like, now it's the enemy's turn to make something happen, right? So keep that in mind when you play jungle in general for any champion you play. So how to think like a challenger player. To me, these are some things that I think just in general challenger players will do consistently for them to have success in their games, and like what they understand fundamentally, I guess. So first is to view the game in turns. Every time you do something, you know, make a play and stuff, that is your turn, and then sometimes after your turn ends, your play ends, the enemy team will now be kind of doing their play, you know? So remember that when you come out on the map, that every time you come out on the base, it's a new turn. And then next, I would say, you know, pay attention, watching the mini map or like F-King if you have these kind of skills to be able to pay attention to laners, what they're doing, see if they're gankable, you know, where wards can be. It's very important because, you know, seeking information at the end of the day will help you make a higher percentage play so you don't look like an entering game. TLDR. How does vision work? I have a Rift Kit segment after the slide, so, you know, stay tuned. But you guys just need to understand where yellow trinkets are used in the early game, you know, where are the common wards. And then after that, you know, when supports get their wards right, I don't remember the exact timer usually supports get it. So let's just say for now, like, you know, 8-10 minutes, you know, even before that. You need to pay attention to where they open up on the map because that's where vision will be. And you kind of want to avoid this vision, or you can clear the vision and now they have a harder time to really play that turn because if they don't see where you are, you can make a play, which is very high percentage for it to work because like you will most likely have a good position in that play, right? So we're gonna talk about vision here in this one. So common wards used by by laners. So let's do top lane. I mean, there's this one. Sometimes to get deep ward. This is top lane. Now mid lane, common wards that they do. Boom, boom. There's bush. Same thing for other side. And here. Very common words. Sometimes they ward raptors too. Very common words that they put down on the map. And I'm talking about starting from level 1. These are words they can put this on their second turn, third turn, etc. This is how mid laners ward, not ball laners. And use 3 bushes. And then sometimes, you know, they can get deeper wards like here. You know, here. Like these are like wards that supports can do, right? So these are words you need to think about. Like when a laner disappears, say support, you know, la di da di da, he doesn't show for 5 seconds. He most likely warded this bush. If he left for like 2-3 seconds, he most likely warded this bush. This is where you have to pay attention to fog, right? Like or your minimap, I mean, because then you can kind of like guesstimate like where the ward is, and then you can dodge it. Like if you know this is warded, right? So if you're paying attention to the map and you're red side, would you not always just go like this? Then boom, double kill, you know, right? So these are things you should think about while you play jungle. It's like not easy to do, I think, as a newbie, because like maybe like paying attention to minimap while also playing the game is a bit hard. But just building the habit of just always paying attention of where champions are going on the map is very good for a jungler, because then you can understand like, oh, can I gank? Am I able to walk in and stuff? Like when you're playing for invades, right? Later on, like you really need to think about like, you know, pink being here, a random ward being here, you know, just wards just being here. You have to like dodge these wards, or like, you know, play around it. Like if you know like this area is warded, you just go hop over this wall and invade. You know, you have a leap for a reason, right? So you can use it. There's also like deep wards that you should be very mindful about, like, you know, random pink wards being here, or like this one is very common, good pink wards. Sometimes on the buff it's not bad. Here I would say these are all very good pink ward options that you can think about. Very common, very secret pink wards that you can drop yourself, actually. Like if you know enemy team can drop this, you can do these yourself as a jungler, or even as like, you know, that team. But yeah, so those are like common ward spots that people can put in terms of like early mid game. But you know, the higher you go, the better people get warding. Like, you know, people ward like something like this, You know, these are very good wards to do. You know, this ward is good. You know, over the pits, you know, this is where supports can ward sometimes. I mean, I don't know how good low elo players are at warding, but these usually are like challenger wards, you know, like that people do. And you kind of have to be very creative in going through like side lane and knowing that there's no vision here, hopping over the wall, etc. Like, you know, going through like here, just dodging these wards. You know, that's why Umbro is very nice to have, because then you kind of know where wards are, you clear them, and then that enemy team has a harder time to play, which I can show you guys how to play. But of course, you know, in solo queue, I think people are very dysfunctional, so you don't really need Umbro in most cases. But yeah, you guys have any questions about like warding, just to better understand it, you know, ask down in the comments below. So, what do you get from your evolves? You know, we talked about the basic abilities early on in the guide. Now we're going to talk about the when you evolve them, right? So your Q, when you evolve it, you get pretty much increased auto and increased Q range, which is very nice. This is why it's one of my favorite evolves to do on Kha'Zix. So you get a lot of value out of it if you play good League of Legends, pretty much, because you can build a lot of tempo from the evolve itself. W is a very great team fighting tool, which you can get at level 11 usually. It's usually the best evolve to get mid game, because that's when people start grouping. Your E is a very risky, high reward kind of evolve where, you know, if you're getting resets, you know, it's very flashy. You can pop off very hard. And R evolve is very nice to have an extra charge and more stealth, so you can, you know, play for position, better position in fights, or even just to reposition pretty much, right? So let's go a bit deeper on every evolve. Just want you to understand every evolve has a purpose, and Q is very strong because it helps you farm objectives faster, camps faster, and you have stronger 1v1 technically because you have more damage output because your Q is now on a half CD when you get Q, an isolated Q. So it's very important as an ability to understand, because to me, in most metas, this will be your first best evolve, because our evolve first is not the best unless you have like Profane and Hydra being a meta, because your clear is usually generally slower, which we'll cover in a bit. But yeah, it's one of the best tempo tools in the game. Now we got the last three evolves. W, like I said earlier, very strong in the mid game, so it's a very great second evolve to have, because that's when people start grouping usually. E, very high reward, but very great for resets. You know, if you have a lot of setup, a lot of damage on your team to where you can clean up, it's a very great cleanup tool. And then R evolve is very strong when you're playing for picks. So usually it's a very heavy styling game, and you want to play by yourself in the jungle a lot. That's the only reason why you would ever go R evolve. A is a pretty risky evolve, I would say, just like E, because they're not that consistent usually, but they're very high value when you know when to take them. These are all the evolve orders you can go, and then go through every single one. So let's go into standard in the first slide. So QW is the most consistent setup for evolve order you can go, because your Q is very strong in the early parts of the game. It's not a good evolve to go second or third, because the value comes through it as a first evolve in the early game, because that's when you play by yourself the most, and that's what it makes sense, right? Q, you want to usually hit isolated targets. That usually happens more in the early game than later on to the game. So it really helps you build tempo, clear camps faster, and play for objectives. Kha'Zix is a great objective taker, so, you know, think about that. And then W evolve second, because, you know, people start grouping, right? And your last evolve is just preference. You can also go whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Just do whichever one you're more comfortable with. E evolve is usually the safest, because, you know, getting resets later on in the game are a lot easier than early on into the game. Now we got noob stomping, QE. Why is it noob stomping? Because, like I said right just now, it's easier to go evolve third when you have enough damage. So to me, if you're going E second, that means you're giga snowballing, and you're just playing for like a montage pretty much. It's just simple as that. It's very risky to do E second though, because if you do end up dying, maybe once or twice, to me you will become very useless. So you must always be up in items and XP, and you must not die, I feel like, whenever you play QE. Every time I died once or twice with E evolve when I did it in high elo, I felt very punished, and the game was sometimes just lost from it. So keep that in mind when you play this kind of setup. Now we got scaling for 2 evolves pretty much. This is it's a very strong Profane Hydra build setup or evolution setup pretty much. You want to go Profane Hydra because it helps you clear with these evolves. Our evolve though is pretty strong, I would say, in skirmishes. It's not that insane early game. It's like okay, but you really spike very heavy. Like you heavy spike on level 11 when you hit RW evolve. It is very insane for team fighting. You have basically the 2 best evolves as a combo together in mid game, which is very strong for looking for 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. You know, any kind of grouping skirmishes. You can literally like make so much space and do so much damage in a team fight because like it's hard for them to really like latch onto, I guess, because your R stealth is very nice to keep repositioning over and over because you have 3 charges and it's 2-second stealth. This is honestly the bend over, and you know you're useless versus enemy comp evolve order. Like I'm gonna be honest, the only times I've ever even done this if I'm versus Poppy jungle and like I literally cannot assassinate anyone on enemy team. You're not actually that useless with it. You can actually like fight. Usually though, it's probably better to go R evolve over W first, but it's just an option. I've done it before. It's not bad once in a while. It's very rare, like 1 out of like I don't know 100 of games. Like it's not something you should completely disregard because it can be used once in a while. So if you think enemy comp is very annoying, very hard to play against because a lot of anti-dashing champions, this is your evolve order. This is to me the hardest build, the hardest evolution order to do because it's very high tempo. Like when you go R evolve second with Q, you basically don't want to group at all and you want to keep playing for picks. It is actually very strong in current meta in my opinion. I do it a lot when I play Kha'Zix because if you play the mid game very well by yourself and then you earn an objective like Otacon where you get a lot of XP, you know, which is one of the things you get from it, you will basically be level 16 for free pretty much. So you just play for yourself, play for picks, and really make it hard for the enemy team to play the game. You want to keep playing aggressive and farm everything in your path, whether it's camps or champions or waves. So it's a very fun evolve order, like it says, very high rewarding if you play it well. So you know, give it a try, and I'll probably have some videos later lined up for it, whether it's in the guide or even on like in future videos I upload to the channel. Pets. Well, when I play high elo, I usually do red smite most of my games because it's very teamfight oriented, but the other ones are not bad. Green smite is actually pretty nice to take if you want to be tankier and maybe like you're kind of the solo flatliner. Sometimes it might be the case. That's just life, end of the day. But usually you want to go blue or red smite depending on how teamfight oriented is this game or whether you want to play very like assassin oriented. To me, if you're playing very assassin oriented where you want to play by yourself, blue smite is very OP because you can keep running around and just be very mobile on the map. But red smite is very OP for grouping. If you want to play like W evolve second and you want to just like perma be with your team in the mid game. So those are really the main differences between the 3 pets. Pretty self-explanatory. Take flash is very consistent. You can take other ones if you want to be a bit unique. You can pause the video, read them if you want, but I suggest you take flash most of the time. Rune Shards, usually, just take double adaptive with scaling HP. These are pretty much the differences. Pretty, like, straightforward. So you can pause the video if you want and just read it over. But, yeah. Double adaptive scaling HP, most consistent. You can never go wrong. So, Domination Tree. I like Dark Harvest the most because to me, champion has enough damage, and Electrocute, though it can be a bit stronger in the early game, because he has enough damage, stacking Dark Harvest is very OP in my opinion, and he's a strong reset champion, so yeah, Dark Harvest just sounds correct. You could also go Hillblades if you want to have some fun, but yeah, that's pretty much the primary of the Domination Tree. Now we got the sub-runes for the primary keystone. I go Sudden Impact because Cheap Shot and Taste of Blood gives like no value compared to Sudden Impact. You always get value from it. You stealth a lot, you leap a lot, so it makes sense, right? For your third row, I go Sixth Sense a lot because I like invading and I'd rather have that over having more ward stacks or like having lower cooldown on trinkets, pretty much. And for the last row, you know, you can go any of the three. It's just preference, end of the day. You got your secondary, supporting, runes. So I actually didn't add one of the rune setups that you can go. You can go free boots with triple tonic, which helps you get Dirk on your first recall, because you're missing a little bit of gold to really hit it. Just something for you to think about. I don't like running it that much, but it's not bad to go. You can even do it in the other setups. But usually these are the best, I would say, with Dark Harvest. I like going Precision, Inspiration, or Sorcery. Sorcery, I didn't put Absolute because I just think Transcendence has higher value on a champ like Kha'Zix. I think having extra AD, like extra like 15, 20 AD, to me is like whatever. I'd rather have like more haste, and just having my cooldowns refresh a little bit when I get a kill. You know, it's way nicer. If you want something like that, similar, but a bit stronger in the early mid-game, you can go Triumph with Legend Haste. Very strong early mid-game. But if you just want consistent, you know, good value, inspiration, you never go wrong with that. Precision Tree, just go Conqueror. Don't be unique and go Fleet Fork. I think Fleet Fork to me is a complete useless rune. But I know like Talon was taking a while back because it was pretty good for like sustaining throughout matchups. The only time I've ever ran Fleet, the one time, like literally the one time, was versus Zyra, because you actually need the sustain early game versus that champ, and you don't really need the extra damage, but usually just go Conquer when you go Precision. It's just, you can never go wrong. It's just consistent, and you rather just take consistent runes than take runes that are very specific and overload your brain, right? For the sub runes, you take Triumph, Legend Haste, then you take nothing else. If you guys want to make an argument for Alacrity, it's okay. I mean, it's like, it gives you a bit stronger early game, like, kind of fighting, but it's not really worth it usually. Like, Legend Haste will always just outcap it after, like, a couple minutes, in my opinion. And then, for your last row, like, usually you want to go Coup, because most of the time you have, like, very assassin items. But you can't go Cut Down if you want. Last Stand is always an option if you're playing Bruiser builds, has decent value. For your secondary runes, you can take any of these. I just take Inspiration most of the time, but you can't go like Domination. You don't need to take Relentless Hunter. You can go like Ulti Hunter or Treasure Hunter if you want, but you can also go Sorcery. Also, Sorcery with this setup is very nice. Having extra haste and extra AD is something Conqueror sometimes lacks, or actually loves even more. But yeah, usually I go Inspiration because you can never go wrong having free boots in Cosmic. Phase Rush. The only time I've ran Phase Rush in the past is versus like Lilia, I think. Udyr, you know, these kind of champions that like can run away from you and you want to stick onto the target, usually. You can't use it to kite away from them, but at that point, just use your E better, your leap. But this rune is very unique. Usually you want to go full lethality with kind of setup and just like stack like movement speed. You can go items like Yumu's Opportunity, very great items with this build. And you can have like Swift March, you know, the Swifty's tier 3 upgrade, which can give you a lot of ED, you know. That's when it kind of just benefits you a lot. It's not a bad setup, but it has a very weak early game. For it, it's way stronger in the mid game than it is in the early game. For your supporting runes, you can go any of these. I would probably take Red Tree the most, just to have some extra damage and playmaking. I think if you go Inspiration, you will be actually very useless, I feel like. Though it can be good, I'm not really sure. I think it's just not worth it. I'd rather just be higher damage, so Precision or Domination is very nice for these kind of cases. But Domination helps you, okay, Domination as a tree, right? It helps you play more aggressive. When you look at the runes, it's a very aggressive tree. So that's what you have to understand about that whole tree itself. First Strike. Probably the most overrated rune page there is. This used to be the strongest rune page by far back in the day, but nowadays it's like, what else do you really take, right? Like, I mean, like, why would you run this rune? It doesn't make money like it used to. The only benefit of this rune tree is that it gives very good sub runes, like free boots, triple tonic, and you can go jack of all trades if you buy like Lord Dominic's Regards, because you need to buy like some crit. You need to buy like a lot of different stats to have it fully stacked. Like you jack out all trades to be stacked, or you can go Cosmic. But overall, like, it's not really that useful of a tree, and it's only good after like 2-3 items. That's where you actually get value from the primary rune, but you will get value from the other runes early on. So, not my favorite tree, but you can do it if you're bored and want a hard game. Now, you got the secondary runes. Usually, you want to run Domination. Remember how I explained earlier? Very high aggressive tree. You kind of need that when you take a rune that is somewhat weak in the early game and has more like kind of scaling, and is way better in the mid game. So usually your choice should always be red tree because you don't want to be completely useless in the early game. But if you want to be a little piggy and be greedy, you can go like sorcery if you want. But if you want kind of something in between, you can go like Legend Haste Triumph, which is not bad, but it's like okay. So your item spikes. Dirk is the strongest spike you can hit, and your second Dirk after you have your first item completed is your one of your next spikes. And after that, it's just every item completion pretty much. Every like small like component of damage, so like Brutalizer, Dirk. You know these are very strong components you can buy. Last Whisper also. So those are like your main power spikes you kind of want. So when you hit these spikes, you have to always remember you are strong in the game. Now, first item explanations. Pretty simple. My most preferred is Yumu's, just because I like the mobility and I already think he has enough damage as a champion. I think other items are very greedy, but if you want to buy a very heavy damage item, I like to build Voltaic more than Hubris. Because I think Hubris, if you're not getting a lot of kills and a lot of stacks, I think it's really bad. So that's just like my preference at the end of the day. Now these are very game dependent. Umbral is very good if you have perfect gold for it, and it's a very nice item to buy because of the stats, and you can clear vision, which is very good for you because you want to deny vision from enemy team. It makes the game easier to play. You can also go Eclipse, which is a very strong skirmish item, or Profane if you want to really farm, and it allows you to not need to go Q evolve first because now Profane will be like your farming tool, and you're allowed to go like RW evolve. Second item, Kha'Zix is a very flexible champion. You kind of just buy whatever you want. I'm gonna let you guys read the explanations that I have on the slides. If you guys have any questions on any of them, any items, any like text, let me know down in the comments below. I'll be reading the comments for the next couple of days, answering whatever questions you guys have on the champion. So please let me know, and I'm just gonna. If you guys need to pause the video to look at the slides, you do you. Either way, enjoy. So for boots, I just want to clarify what tempo buy means. Tempo buy means you have a perfect goal for it, and you were recalling, and you don't really want to buy longsword pink, and you just want to buy something to get back out on the map faster. That is when you buy Swifties or CD boots or even like symbolic souls. These are all tempo buys because think about it, they all cost like 600, 700 gold. So yeah. Full item build examples. Look through them. I'm not gonna voice over them because they're pretty well explained. If you guys have questions on any of them, let me know down in the comments below. Just ask me whichever build you kind of want to know more in depth, but they're pretty explained well. So enjoy. Pause if you have to during the video and just look through all the hypothetical builds you can really go through and what my thought process is when going them. So let's go over his macro. So his early game, you just want to focus on getting XP, hitting level 6 pretty fast. You can trade kills in the early game, it's not that bad, but once you hit level 6, you want to prioritize farming and just getting XP. You can fight, but remember that you really want to get like gold XP injections and just keep getting the XP up so you can hit level 11 ASAP. Once you hit 6, now your next goal is to snowball off it, keep getting objectives off it, and then get level 11. That's pretty much like some things you should think about when playing Kha'zix. Mid game, like I said, level 11 is the most important spike. You must hit it at a very good point. Do not be late on this. And you can go other evolves too. It kind of depends on the game. But overall, other than evolves, you want to think about hitting 3 items where you become very strong and make sure that you're always pressuring the map and always farming for your next spike, because then after you hit level 11, you want to keep playing the game, play Autocon, next Drake at like whatever timer it is, second or third Drake, play Autocon at 20 minutes, play Herald at 15, and then look to hit level 16 for the late game. Now, for the late game, of course, hitting level 16, but more important things, like the team fighting part. In general, dying is bad on Kha'zix, especially after you hit level 6, especially after a level 11 when you hit the mid game, because when you die, there's less pressure on the map happening, right? You are a very heavy pressure champion, so when you're playing like a carry, right, versus Kha'zix, if the Kha'zix is dead, I feel like you instantly should think about, oh wow, I can farm my waves in peace. There's no bug on my screen. The bug is not in fog. Like, I'm not scared because the bug is not in fog. He's actually dead. So it's like these kind of things you kind of have to think about. That's just Kha'zix as a champion. Assassins in general, you can apply this to every champion, every like assassin type champion. And other than that, team fighting, picking off isolated targets is very good. You don't always need to kill them. Chunking them is very strong because then you get position of an objective. And you kind of want to use the objective to win the game because usually that's where people start grouping and you can start picking people off, spreading them apart to where you guys can have an advantageous fight. Now we got the matchups. This is what I believe is the tier list. There are some champions that are currently meta, because remember, I made this tier list a while back, but I cover every matchup because you never know. Darius might come back to meta again later on. Maybe Warwick becomes meta later on. Nobody knows. These champions were meta at some point during Season 15, so I'll tell you how to win them. They won't really change in the future. The matchups usually generally stay the same. Like, Kha'zix versus like Gray's matchup has been the same since the dawn of time, just for an example. So let's go into the first matchups. So Bel'veth, unplayable matchup. This champion is completely cringe. Thing is though, the only good Bel'veth players are usually the challenger players, so you shouldn't really have a tough time in this matchup. Just make sure you don't get cheese level 1 and just farm and play your best to scale into the game. Just know this champion is very volatile, so it's gonna spam gank a lot. It is what it is. Just try to counter gank, try to find out where she is, and you can win the game. Lee Sin. He should stat check you most of the time, especially if he lands his Q, you will just die. You kind of need to dodge it, or you wait out for him to like waste it on like another target and play to chunk him. But it's generally a hard matchup if the Lee Sin plays it well. But usually, if you just bait out his abilities or you jump on him when you have the first hit on him, which usually is good for you, because that's how Kha'zix wins like decent amount of 1v1s. If you have the first hit, the first Q, you should usually just stat check them. But overall, if you want to be safe as this champ, running Conqueror, playing a Bruiser build is very nice. This champion, if I could say what it actually is, I could be banned, but I hate this champion so much. It literally counters, it's like the worst nightmare of any like dashing melee champion. Like, it completely owns everyone. This is a champion where I've done W evolve first against it, but usually just try your best to scale. Her job is to neutralize you the whole game. Your job is to not let her do that. Be a little rat, be a bug in game, and just try your best and be annoying. Warwick. All you have to do is just kite him with your abilities. Especially if you have Q evolve. Your Q is pretty high range. Just Q, walk away. Q, walk away. Don't let him auto you as much as you can. If he holds his Q to stick onto you, try to E away, try to ult away, and just peel him. When you hit W Wolf too, if you're, let's say, QW, you know, you can cut him with their W. If you're QR, just make sure you ult every time your QC is down, and then, you know, Q him again. Pretty simple, straightforward. Same thing for like Mastery, when you see the slide later on. Karthus. Well, just know he clears very fast. The matchup can go either way, by the way, because if Karthus player is good, I mean, it's not that easy to punish, because if you ever are down tempo or you mess up, the guy will just be up camps on you, just like that, because it's always farming. So you kind of need to try to be ahead of him on the map and try to pick him off to where he has a hard time farming. Your job is to make him not farm as easily as you could, but of course there's ways to play around it. So for the Kha'zix player, I want you to think about pathing to the opposite side, because he does path very fast, or you have to skip camps and play for level 3 invade and just accept that you're down a couple of camps. But if you get the kill, it's pretty good for your game, if it does end up being successful. So it's something for you to think about. But if you path the opposite side, you can just clear your camps in peace, full clear, get a crab, and then look to invade on the second turn, which is higher chance of you gaining something very successful for the game, for your matchup. And for cheese matchups that you can do, you should run 6 cents if you really want to do it. You can start his jungle level 1. You can either start the side that he's starting, kill him on his blue, or you can start the opposite side and just start his raptors, take his raptors red, and then maybe Krugs, and then cheese him when he's coming to you, because Karthus actually gets a bit low after the 3rd camp, if you didn't know that. So those are good times to try to punish this matchup and get a advantageous game state for yourself. I hate this champion with a passion, just as much as Poppy. It's a complete flip matchup. I mean, this champion is just cringe. Also, when he ults, like, you can't, like, Q him because he's unisolated. It's just cringe. But I do have a kind of Rifkit explanation on his cheese and how to play against it. If you guys didn't know, this is my permanent ban champion, because it's just annoying to play against. I actually can't be asked to play against the cheese. So, but if you guys don't ban it, I'll show you ways to play against it. It's just annoying. So, if you guys want to deal with it, that's all you. Okay, let's talk about this Shaco invade. Oh, I don't know why it shows here. Oops. Let's just watch it. And let's gather some thoughts. Yeah, I think that's like really balanced, guys. No, like seriously, I think that's really balanced. So, what is the counterplay to this? Let's pull out the Rift Kit. Oh, let me fix this a bit. Okay. Shaco invade. So he would do the box thing, right? The box, you know, the song, the box. You put his little shitters here, you know. And then what is he gonna do? He's gonna walk here and play your camps, or he's gonna walk here and fight you here and here. He can also do the same thing on wolves, I'm pretty sure. But someone has to correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure it works also on the wolf camp, and then he can invade on the wolves, etc. So yeah, any Shaco players, you little degenerates watching this video, you can correct me. But like, I know this one the most, and what you're supposed to do as the jungler who's receiving is 1, attack his boxes early game. Get this guy, like, don't make this guy have 3 boxes to where he can do the cheese. If you can't do that, if you can't attack his boxes, because you might lose the whole game level 1, the next thing to do is ward here. One thing, every Shaco will run 6 cents. So, because like, they need to know if it's warded, right? If they're gonna do the invade. Because like, it's good to know. So you ward here, here, like the pathway of what they, on them like coming. You'll see it coming. and you can like cut your buff away because they will always Q over this wall. I've never seen them not Q over this wall when they invade. So all you have to do is bring it into the bush and you should be able to kill it in time as Kha'Zix. So dropping a ward early game is very important. And he can only do 2 invades. So ideally you guys drop ward on 1 on each side because you kind of need to know what he's doing. And he can never just Q over this wall, etc. Like it's not possible. Because like you remember, like his camp is dying, he's just W star, and he's gonna Q over and like find people like here. He can like find you here. You know, maybe he pops up here. Right? This is how like Shaco plays. And you know, I'm gonna try to do Shaco videos later on doing this cheese for fun. And diamond, so yeah, stay tuned for that. But yeah, remember like to drop your wards. It's very important. Some matchups, like knowing where to ward is very, very important. So I want you to keep that in mind, guys. So yeah, good luck for Shaco in the future. But you know, my suggestion: ban that champion, please. Rek'Sai. Well, another neutralizing Kayn matchup. I think Rek'Sai's too weak nowadays, but it can go either way usually. And back in the day, if it ever becomes meta again. Just try to avoid her, make sure you track her early game, and you should outscale her with evolves. So play for your level 11, get W evolve, and just make sure you're farming throughout the game very well. Zyra, kind of like Karthus matchup, you can go either way. You kind of want to cheese her, because her tempo is very insane, like her clear tempo. So if you cheese her, she step back a bit. Whenever I played this matchup in Korea, when she was meta in the past, everyone would just play to cheese and try to destroy her early game. You can just play the full clear, just remember that you should try to opposite side clear, otherwise you will get invaded. But yeah, just look to farm, and then when you hit certain item spikes, you can one-shot her quite fast. Now we got Fatty Graggy. I mean, this matchup is so chill, like he can't even punish you. Champs like Gragas and Diana, which I'll cover in the next slide, are very easy matchups in isolation. They're only hard when paired with Yasuo, because after level 6, if you get knocked up, you are gonna probably get one shots or be very low. So just when in isolation, if they're paired without you also, just farm and just play to outscale them. These champs are very useless compared to you in terms of scaling, so cheers. Diana, like I said for Gragas, just farm, but this champion farms very well compared to Gragas. Diana wants to full clear a lot and hit her item spikes just like you do, but you have stronger 1v1 and stronger grouping. She just has very strong burst damage in a team fight. With her ult, very great, fast engaged champion. But you should usually generally outscale her, of course, unless she has Yasuo. So when you verse the God Sand combo of knockup with Yasuo, you need to build double resist. Items like Frozen Heart and Maw are great combos. You can also do Frozen Heart with Merc Treads, which is very insane, you know, or even Randuins over Frozen Heart. It's very good items. If you just are able to eat the CDs and be somewhat healthy to be able to keep fighting, you should generally be able to win the team fights. Nidalee. So we're going to see a lot of skill matchups in the next few slides. This matchup is pretty skill heavy. Nidalee is kind of a tracking champion. If you look at her kit, her Q, you know, reveals you. She can Q bushes. She can also trap bushes to where if you walk into them, they will spot you. She basically wants to neutralize you the whole game. But if you ever find a way to be on top of her, pretty much, not in a weird way, hopefully in you guys' heads, you should be able to one-shot her. I usually like going full lethality and looking to pick her off on the map. Not a lot. I view Talon kind of like Shaco. If Talon doesn't snowball, I feel like the champion is very useless. The champion ramps up in the game, requires a lot of gold to be useful, but he does have a very good snowballing kit. Items like Randuins are very good against him because it makes it very hard to kill. So yeah, whoever snowballs, feast or famine matchup will win the game. Another matchup that is very snowbally. Thing is, people don't know, as the Kha'Zix side, if you buy Randuin's 3rd or 4th, the Rengar usually cannot kill you. Because it's a very crit-oriented champion, and Randuin's, guess what, counters that, and you get the HP. It's very OP to build versus Rengar. Makes you very hard to kill. I literally have a game versus Scrum Noob on my YouTube channel where he literally was so angry and everyone was like cringing that I had Randuins, but like I was mogging 1v1, which is like completely never to be seen before for a Kha'Zix player. So, you know, these are ways I've won the matchup in the past, I've played both sides. I've OTP'd both sides, so I know both sides very well, on a fundamental level. So this has been my answer into Rengar for many years, where I just buy Randuins and just laugh at the guy. Graves. This champion's not that good anymore, but when it was a good champion, if he gets any free kills early game, it becomes very hard to play. It's actually kind of unplayable low key if he gets ahead. But nowadays, I mean, if he didn't snowball even before, if you find a way to just cheese him or find a 1v1 to where you just kill him, because you just do win 1v1 very hard. That's how you snowball and you can kill him rest of the game. But if he snowballs, he gets tab outs very early, and like items like shield bow, like third item, where it makes him very tanky. So in my opinion, I think you should look to buy towers in this matchup because he can actually one-shot you quite fast with his item spikes. So that's something to think about when you play this matchup. Also for invading, you should look for level 3 invade as you are very strong. Just make sure to be mindful of his E. When it's stacked, he gets a decent amount of armor. So you will do a bit less damage than you would usually do, but you still win the isolation 1v1. Anyways, just don't try not to get baited and sucked in. If he does end up kind of escaping, do not over chase because, you know, he is pretty tanky and he can actually just bait you into dying. Ivern. Yeah, just buy Serpent's Fang early game. You can cheese the matchup if you want and start at jungle level 1. But either way, I mean, it's just a cringe champion. Like, he kind of just clears very fast and just, like, shields his team and stuff. So your job usually, as any carry jungle's job in this matchup, you want to make sure you are always farming and scaling into the game, as this champion's farming is kind of slow while yours is a bit faster. Well, slow like later the longer the game goes, because you can just steal his camps while, or catch him in the crossfire while he's marking him and push him off it. So those are ways to get like camp advantages. But yeah, just scale, get 2 evolves, make sure you buy Serpent's Fang. You have a lot of value in it, so yeah. Yo, so this is like versus Ivern, the matchup. The way you can cheese it is that if you know, let's move this out of the way. If you know Ivern's starting blue, right, you can look to walk in and start his camps level 1. Because when he comes here to mark his camps, you just kill him in this bush. That is one way to play the matchup. The other way is to just clear your camps and then walk to his bot side. Just remember that he looks to smite Gromp usually and Crooks, and these other 4 camps he will mark and then catch them later. So what you can do is 3 camp and then look to invade, and make sure you fight him when he comes back, when he re-enters. But usually I like to just level 1 cheese, otherwise just full clear and just know that he's faster by like 20 seconds. He's going to be done his full clear at 3 minutes usually, so your team needs to respect, you know, your side lanes. And just remember one thing about Ivern, whichever side he starts, he will end the opposite side, okay? Because let's say he starts blue, he will mark this, go here, mark this, mark this, mark this, go all the way back, eat the Gromp with smites, okay? Then you eat these 2, and then eat these 2, and then smite those. That's how Ivern clears. I mean, I'm just an Ivern player, so like I know his clears. You can also just do your research on it. Of course, you can do his clears in different ways. I've seen Ivyns. There's a common cheese that I like to do where I mark all these camps. So let me erase this. Where I'll mark blue, mark Gromp, mark wolves, Raptor red, go into his jungle, mark this, smite, base, walk out on the map, eat all my camps, and there's no counterplay. Because the enemy jungler, while doing all this, is like over here. He's like walking his wolves, and all his camps got yoinked already. So that's very insane cheese he can do. Of course he needs vision. Like he needs to know that there's no vision while doing that, but these are ways Ivern can win. It's for you to think about while you play against it. But usually I like to start his jungle level 1 with 6 cents and make the game very volatile. Because if he doesn't get his full clear off, it's actually better for you than it is for him. Because this champion is very strong at full clearing. If he has to run around for camps, he's down in XP and gold. And this champion needs a lot of gold to be very OP in the game. Otherwise, he's kind of balanced. So, Nunu, make sure you get level 1 ward and just understand that you're either full clearing versus him and just accepting that your team might get level 3 ganks, or you get level 3 and find the guy in his jungle and just kill him 1v1 because he cannot fight back. So those are two things you can do versus Nunu. Otherwise, after that, just keep farming and play the outscale and try to track him as much as you can. Literally the same as Nunu matchup, in my opinion. Like, all you can do is ward. You can also look to fight him in his jungle, because these champions, Nunu and Rammus, they gank a lot. Their main identity is to gank. The farming for them is like completely pointless. You want to impact lanes, so your job is to try to track them, out-farm them, and just outscale them in the game. Fiddlesticks is a very difficult matchup to play, because if you let him full clear, he is very strong. So what I like to do is try to cheese him as your 1v1 is stronger. And kind of treat him like the Ivern matchup, right? Just find him in his jungle and fight him to where you slow down his level 6 game. The faster he gets level 6, the better it is for his game. So remember that. You want to just make sure you are neutering him in the game and that he's not getting free plays off. So whenever I verse Briar on any champion, I feel like the only way I lost, or I felt like, wow, champion's not bad, is if I got hit by the pushing ability, the one that pushes you up against the wall. And if the champion didn't land that, it's like kind of useless. I think champion's kind of like Master Anywhere, where like if it doesn't like Giga Snowball, I feel like it's kind of a weak champion. That's just what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, or most people who pilot the champion is just bad, but that's what I think. And I feel like you're just way more useful as a champion, because the champion will usually int on its own because how it's designed. So yeah, just don't follow the int like Briar. Vi is very weak in 1v1. You are stronger pretty much at all stages. This champion is only annoying to play against once it hits level 6 and is with a teammate to kind of lock you down. So your job is to slow down her level 6 pretty much. And she does have very good Drake killing. Make sure you ward the dragon and contest her on it, because you are also very good at fighting on the Drake and even taking yourself. So make sure you don't let her get the Drake for free. Jack's matchup. When I play Jack's jungle, I feel like I have to farm a lot, and I want to scale. So it's a very farming matchup, which usually will favor the Kha'zix side, because Kha'zix is just way stronger with evolves and gold, and just his overall fighting is very good. Though Jax's E is very annoying, so you kind of have to play around that and kite it. Make sure you jump away when he jumps forward on you with E, or just like wait it out pretty much. This matchup is pretty simple. If you ever find Taliyah in her jungle and you are like cheesing in the bush and you have the first hit, you will always kill her. She can't really like deal with you because you have two gap closing abilities in your ult and your E, which help you stick onto her. So this matchup is quite easy to pick off. One way to cheese the matchup is just taking Sixth Sense and playing level 1 invades, level 3 invades, where she's really weak. She can't really deal with you, her sustain is very bad, and your chunking power is very OP. My experience playing to Darius, I mean, champion just cleared very fast when it was meta. Though the one time you could beat him is when you have Dirk and you just dodge his Q healing. That's pretty much all you have to do throughout the whole game. And he's a very squishy champion early on, so if you ever are able to dodge his Q healing, you will just mog him 1v1. Viego. You chunk him very hard. 1v1, I mean, you're just like completely like dominate him. It's like very one-sided. I like this matchup a lot. Viego's only really good when it's grouping and getting a reset. So your job is to make sure he's not doing well in the game, make sure he's down in gold, down in camps, and just playing to chunk him, because then it makes him harder to walk up to play for resets. Brand is very weak in his very early camps, so you want to make sure to find out where he starts, because you can cheese him in his jungle from level 1 to 3. If you catch him on his first 4 camps, you can pretty much like Giga Snowball off it. Very hide and seek matchup, honestly. If you ever find him, you would just mog him 1v1. Though this champion, longer the game goes, is very annoying. Items like Raws are very cringe to play against. I've lost against brands that went 0-4, but if he got to 2-3 items because of his team, it was very hard to team fight. So just my experience of the matchup. Another champion where you can kind of cheese early levels, but you can just play to cheeser from level 3 onward. And especially on the second turn, where if you do have Dirk, you completely one-shot the Kindred. It's very hard for Kindred to play as soon as the champion hits like some Ruby Crystal, some HP, some armor, to where it doesn't get one-shot. It really needs to play with team. Another hide-and-seek matchup, you want to try to find her in the jungle in 1v1, and then just ruin her HP conditions and ruin her like gold economy, because the champion needs a lot of gold to function in the game, and especially denying marks is very important in this matchup too, because this champion without 4 marks is completely useless. It's just not a champion without 4 marks. So though Zed clears very fast, you can play to invade him. I put the invade in the text. But other than that, you can just full clear and you will still beat him 1v1 even if this guy took a base advantage and got double longsword. Because he tempo based while you're doing your full clear. Because Kha'zix is just a strong 1v1 champion. It's simple as that as it is. You will always win versus Zed in the early parts of the game. The only time Zed becomes very annoying to play against is when he gets like 3-4 items where he has a lot of haste and like can do like little montage plays. That's the only time I feel like the matchup gets rough. Otherwise, you're just like kind of free scaling, and just make sure to pay attention to neutral objectives, as his champion likes doing objectives because he's up on tempo. So don't give him free drakes, don't give him free grubs, and just make sure you find him in zone 1v1 and look to fight him because you just win. Kayn. So no form Kayn is completely useless. It will always lose versus you. It's just very annoying to play against. Just make sure you don't get cheesed for fun in the early game. Just pay attention to where it can start level 1 or even like level 2 invade. But you should always win the 1v1 stat check. It can't fight you back. It has no damage in the early game. So, yeah. Red Kayn though, just make sure someone has heal cuts so it doesn't infinite heal. But either way, just play to farm him, outfarm him, play to scale, because you are just as useful as he is most of the time. The only benefit of Red Kayn is just that like when he ults, he can come back full HP when he was low before ulting. So it's a bit scary, but again, if you have heal cut and you just play around your W, you will be more useful than him in the game. Because to me, I feel like Red Kayn is only really good when they have like 4 or 5 bruisers and like the guy just like cleaver shreds everyone and like is just in there. But usually it's just very useless if you can peel him and kite him very hard. Blue Kayn, in my experience, even when I play against Karthus, is a very hide and seek matchup. I think it's completely Kha'zix favorite till like 3-4 items. I think after 3-4 items, Blue Kayn does too much damage. I mean, the scaling on the champion is very insane. The more items it gets, it's just that it's very like kind of scale heavy early on. But Kha'zix has a lot more raw damage overall, so you need to prevent him from getting to that point and make it very hard for him to play the game. Your objective taking will always be better than his, so make sure you prioritize that and take advantage of that in the game. So yeah, just you're playing hide and seek until he starts playing hide and seek with you. Simple as that. Naafiri. It's actually a very hard matchup. It's kind of unplayable, to be honest, because if the Naafiri player is good, you can never actually kill them, and it's also like the champion's unisolated, which is very annoying. The little dogs is just too cringe. It actually just straight up counters you. It's probably the hardest matchup in the game, honestly, if the Naafiri player is good. But the way to cheat the matchup is baiting out the W, jumping onto them, chunking them, and then forcing them to try to burn W early, and then you R, and then, wait out the W. But by the way, just try to scale in this matchup. Per clear isn't that insane, so just scale, and hopefully you have the better team fighting presence in the mid to late game. Elise. Ward the jungle level 1, find out where she starts, and you can play level 3 or play to counter gank. Just play to full clear, prioritize your full clear versus the champion, because you will outscale it usually. Elise is only really useful if it gets a lot of kills. Just farming all game doesn't really do anything unless the person piloting the champ is translating into objectives, because Elise as a champion is kind of like Renekton in top lane, where it doesn't actually scale that hard unless it's able to impact the early to mid game to where you are pressured to like fight. So like I said, if you get a lot of dragons as a champion who gets outscaled, now you're kind of forced to be on a timer to where your champion can still be strong at like the 3rd or 4th Drake soul point, So make sure you're tracking them and play to farm well, and if you ever find them 1v1, play for good chunks, and the champion might have to base and her turn might be over. It's pretty repetitive when you see recommended build, because it's kind of just true. Kha'zix Identity is just to farm a lot very heavily and just get to level 11 for W evolve, or even play R evolve sometimes. But the thing is, for this matchup, it's pretty hard because he can block your Q damage with his E, and he's kind of a lobby admin. I mean, he's gotten a lot weaker recently because his clear is a lot slower. But I think the main thing to keep in mind is just keep track of his ultimate CD and know which side he's on so he can counter gank, so he doesn't get free plays. His main strength to me, he can do a lot of different jobs. He's good at farming, good at carrying, good at being tanky, he has a semi-global ult. But I think the most important thing to do while versing this champion is keeping track of his ultimate and knowing which side he's on when his ultimate is up so he can counter yank. Hecarim matchup, I think it's a very tempo farming matchup because whoever, if you drop camps, he will just out farm you and just like have a very big level lead. So I think just prioritize your farm always. I would rather just go Q in this matchup and just prioritize farming because your 1v1 is actually quite good as long as he doesn't have Q stacks. If he does have Q stacks though, but you have somewhat of a good item advantage, you can still win 1v1. Just make sure you play around this ult, which fears you and allows him to get extra damage. So when you're fighting him, if you ult when he ults, it's very good. He can still Q you, but he can't get the auto off because like the way Hecarim plays it early on is like he wants to like put in autos between every Q, right? He wants like Q auto, Q auto, Q auto, right? So he loses out some damage output. Hide and seek matchup, pretty much. If you ever find Lilia, you will just kill her. Just understand that the champion likes doing 1.5 clears. You can kind of do the same if you want to play for Dirk, or you can play to just fight her on the second respawn. If you base early, you can find him at the 340 to 350 spawn. That's usually when Raptors spawn, when they start the camp. Respect her ult later, as if you do get CC'd, you could just die for free. Gwen, I mean, champion's a lot weaker now than what it used to be when I'm releasing this video. But usually, you just play the scale in this matchup, and you guys are kind of doing the same thing. You're both like just farming a lot and then playing for kills or objectives. But you are a bit stronger in the 1v1 in early on, so if you do find her in the 1v1, you can kill her. Just make sure you try to dodge the middle part of the Q when she has a stack, because it heals her a decent amount and does a good amount of damage, so keep that in mind. So play Q Evolve or Profane and just play the scale in this matchup. Volley Bear. I mean, main thing is just dodge Z. And make sure you know what he's doing in the game, because he's a very high tempo champion. He wants to like perma pressure in the map. He's perma farming into gank, into objective a lot. It's a very good champion to play, honestly, if you guys want to play it. If you guys want me to make videos on it, I can. But either way, you know, besides the point, this is a Kha'zix guide. The champion, just track him and play to like kind of fight him when his E is down. Wait out his abilities, well, mainly his E, because his E is the only way he kind of owns you, because it shields him for a very big amount and does a decent amount of damage. So if you ever find him on his camps and he uses E, that's your timer to just chunk him. And also play around his W. When he does mark you and he W's again, he heals a lot, so heal cut is not that bad versus him. When I played, well, I haven't played against Warwick jungle that much when it was meta, but when he was meta, he was a very like annoying champion to play against because he would farm really fast. Thing is, the best way to play against it, the one time I played against it, I just played to cheese him in this jungle, and he's very weak 1v1 early game in the first few levels, so if you just find him early and fight him, you can like slow down his game very, very hard. So I think best advice for me, if he ever becomes meta or someone's playing him in your low elo game, because no way someone's locking his champion high elo, is just start his jungle level 1 and just cheese him, or you can try to find him level 1, which is also not bad. But you can also just play the scale in this matchup too, because you should generally be more useful. This champion wants to split push, and yeah, it doesn't really make sense when you're playing the jungle role, unless it's very rough in the game. Mundo, yeah, he clears very fast. There's no counterplay to it. You can't really beat him 1v1 because he can just kite you with his little Q ability. Very cringe, honestly, this matchup. But your job is to farm a lot. I haven't cheesed this matchup ever because not many people play it. But I'm pretty sure you can like level 4 invade, level 3 invade, and just kind of like Karthus, you know, you'll be meeting him on his like 5th camp or 6th camp, and you just chunk him and push him out of the jungle, and that will allow kind of slow down his like clearing farming snowball, because usually this kind of champion will play to invade / play for crab, double crab you. So yeah, that's like one way to play against it. Whenever I play against Udyr, I mean, I kind of just farm, and then like I'm way more useful than him throughout the game, because I think Udyr to me as a champion requires very specific things to happen. Like, I don't know, he's able to run down someone, or like he's very ahead in gold. I feel like this champion without a advantage is very useless. Like, he needs like a very big advantage, I feel like. But like your level 6 is very strong. You like actually mog him 1v1, and your objective taking is honestly just better than his, so you kind of outclass him in early game, especially after level 6. Just pre-6, be careful of his damage. He has very cringe damage outputs, but, you know, other than that, you all scale. Skarner. He can 1v1, he can chunk him out. By the way, just play the scale in this matchup. The next few matchups, you kind of just need to play for level 11. Just play to farm. Your objective is taking is faster and better than theirs, like all these champions are about to see. So keep that in mind when you play against them. QW evolve is very good order. You can also do RW if you do profane, if you want. So keep that in mind. Zac, free scaling matchup. If you do end up invading him though, just remember that he has a passive where he gets put into like globs, I think that's what it's called. And his team could save him potentially, so keep that in mind when you are invading him. If we do slow down his early game though, the champion doesn't scale as hard. It is a very hard scaling champion, has very great gank potential after level 5 when it has 3 points in E, but early on it's quite weak. It kind of just wants to farm a lot just like you do, but your objective taking is better, so take that in advantage. And also your 1v1 is strong, so if you ever find him in the jungle, you can push him off the map and just take his camps in front of him, which slows down his scaling. Sejuani. It's only scary if she has melees, but in 1v1 you're usually chilling. Chunker and it's fine, but just scale in this matchup. Your objective taking again is also better, so keep that in mind. And just keep playing Dot Scaler. When you hit W evolve, you can kind of match her in the team fight, but in the early 2v2 Series 3s it might be hard depending on what synergy she has with her melee champions, or I guess if she has any synergy champions like melees, that's what I meant to say. Mumu. Just farm. I mean, like, what else is there to say? It's just a Mumu. But I guess, like, respect his Conqueror damage if they are running Conqueror. And his ultimate later on. Simple. Like, just a simple cookie cutter matchup. In high elo, this matchup is hard, but in lower MMR, just play to fight him. You are winning 1v1, so you want to play for his camps and just, like, slow down his level 6. A lot of these, a good amount of champions where they are very strong at 6. You want to try to deny it early game. Your champion's very strong on the second turn, especially with Dirk. Like, your isolation damage is very OP. So try to take advantage of that versus some of these champions, because that's how you get advantages and slow down their strong points. Olaf. Be careful at level 1, and out of that, display the scale. And you can take Ghost in this matchup. It's actually kind of nice, because he can Ghost away when he's chasing you. Well, either way, you can run like Phase Rush too if you want. Also, but yeah, matchup, just scale, and make sure to not let the champion snowball super hard early game, as this champion is very useless when going to mid game without a lead. Warwick. I mean Wukong, the Monkey King. Well, if his W is down, you mog him. If it's not, you kind of have to bait it out. You have to use your ults so you don't get chunked for too much. So try to bait out his W, and when you do bait out his W, press R if you have it, or kite away, and then look to re-engage on him. So, because he'll be isolated, pretty much. Nocturne, another level 6 champion. Though he's very strong in the early game, fighting him is not that easy. He actually is like has very strong base stats to fight back, you know. And he can also spell shield one of your Qs, which is like a good amount of damage, especially if he does end up getting the fear on you. So my advice is just to scale, get level 6, and look to just track him, make sure he doesn't get free ult angles, and just take objectives and play around that. Evelyn. Yeah, it's just hide and seek. Just find the guy and you will just kill him. This champion is notorious for just not farming and running around like spam ganking and flipping the game, so just keep that in mind when you reverse Evelyn. But in general, in 1v1 isolation, you just mog the champ, so yeah. Master E. Just have good spacing, and whenever your Q ability is down, just press R and wait for your next Q, and you should be able to beat him like that. Just know that he can meditate one of your Qs, but as soon as his meditate is down, you know, he's very squishy as a champion, so that's your opportunity to kill him. It's a pretty easy champion to play against. Just keep in mind that it can level 2 cheese you. Don't get level 1, level 2 invaded, and the matchup is chill as hell. So, Jarvan. You beat him 1v1 very hard. And so that means you can invade him a lot. Just make sure you are warding very well. Ward his Raptors early game, really good, and ward the opposite side you start is also very good, so you know if he chooses you. Because if you do know if he chooses you, just match his volatility gameplay, because you will just mog him if you ever find him 1v1. If you chunk him out early game, he has to base, his sustain is not that good. Echo, to me, very easy matchup, because you just chunk him so hard. Like, your burst is too much for him to handle. But it has a very, like, Echo as a champion is a very great ganking champion. So be mindful of his level 3 being annoying. You can do the same. If you chunk him out early game, it's really good for you. Because this champion does need to snowball end of the day. He needs to be ahead of the curve to be kind of, like, strong. So keep that in mind. Xin Zhao. Kind of like an OG matchup. Like, usually in this matchup, you always should beat him 1v1 and just outscale him. Because Xin Zhao is a very strong, like, early mid-game pressure champion. He is a lot stronger than Season 15 because of items and just, like, team comps. But usually, like, the original identity of this matchup is, like, you play a scale, and if you ever find him 1v1, you chunk him out, and then you play for objectives. That's pretty much how it is. You want a very stable game, a very, like, isolated game. Kind of similar to Xin Zhao, not a lie. Just prioritize full clearing and make sure the guy doesn't get dragon. Simple as that, as it is. This Siobhan champion, if it doesn't get dragons, I don't know why you picked Siobhan in the first place. It needs dragons. In terms of clear, you could invade it very early. You can level 3, level 4 invade. It's not bad. You do mog the champion in the river 1v1, so take advantage of that. Urgot. Well, Urgot was like kind of meta, or I've seen people play it, and I've played against it. Yeah, this champion, if you just dodge the E, you kind of just Omega win. If you do get hit by the E, it's not in the world, as long as you are. If you do have ults, if you're like level 6 fighting him, but usually he will E then R right away if you do get hit by the E. It is a pretty fragile champion early game, so if you do get an early invade off, the champion will be very useless. Think about buying Serpent's Fang, and you will do fine. Okay, hey guys, Kai here with a mechanics video. Kha'zix is a pretty basic champion. There's nothing really complicated mechanically about him, other than like small little things you kind of just need to know and just keep in mind while you play him. I do have Q evolved, so his Q is his most important damage ability, right? It's like the one that does the most damage. So I know you can do auto QW, but the reason why I don't prioritize this over Q auto W or QW auto is because I want my QCD to come up sooner, because it's my highest damage ability, right? So queuing first is ideally usually better, because this is the build that'll win you the, let's say, the 1v1. Usually you're playing isolated fights, right? You're playing Kha'zix. The times where you will prioritize your auto over the Q, so you do auto QW, is if you want to like chase the guy more and like you're able to squeeze in like kind of more damage. Like it's more about like chasing potential. So like, let's say like you're chasing a guy, you know, you chase him, you get the slow, and then you keep chasing, you know? It's like more for chasing, I would say. Whenever you prioritize your passive over your Q. So if we want to get the most damage, you always will should Q first. But if you want to chase the guy down, autoing to slow them down is pretty good. And after that, to reset like your passive during fights, you know, you just have to be on scene, so if the bush is not warded, right? So here, no passive, I'm on scene, right? So another way to do it while you're fighting, so let's say like this. So let's say you auto Kudo of you, and then you R, then auto. That's like a simple like fighting combo you could do to get the max damage out. So in a real fight, usually what happens is like, sometimes you lead with R, right? So let's lead with R in this one. So lead with R, auto Q, W, and then you go stealth again, and then you hit him again, like that. And usually you want to use your ult to reset your passive auto, and to also buy you a bit of time, because you know your Q's on CD, right? So let's say like, I Q, then R. I'm waiting for my next Q CD, right? So it's like because this is your highest damage ability, remember how we covered that just earlier? So you use your ult in a way where you won't take damage while you're stealth, and then you Q again. That's why like Q evolve is pretty nice, because usually if you Q then R, your Q will be pretty much back up again. Okay, well that's kind of, let me reset that. So like here, look, see how my Q is about to be up already. So that's why like Q evolve is like pretty nice, in general. And it's one of his best evolves in like overall on this champion. Now another mechanic is understand that you can Q at any time during your E-cast, so that's how people usually like double jump. So let's just get level 11. So this is how people usually double jump, is like they'll Q it there and then they'll jump again, you know? That's usually how double jumping works. All you need is to reset, so like you just Q, you see how I can Q at any points. So I'm gonna Q right on top of the dummy, now I'm gonna Q here. Then like let's say in the middle. Right? You can Q at any time you want during your leap. So that's usually how you will get double jumps. And it's like you can do this like without even evolve, like where like you just jump on the guy, you wanna get past the turret and you like auto and then like kinda like stand on him, stick onto him. So put one dummy. Looks kind of cool actually, the circle around it. And now for other combos, I need to think real quick because I didn't really like plan this one out too much. Oh yeah, WEQ, very important. So if you can always land your W, if you're like guaranteed, like you know you will land this, one of the best combos to do is WEQ. It's very good in terms of damage. Because, I mean, you land everything, right? It's usually your W ability, if you're not, like, just throwing it, like, you kind of use it to, like, I don't know, let's say, like, you jump on someone, right? And, they break distance, and you just, like, snipe them with the W. That's usually how I, like, use my W. Or I use it for the heal. Unless, of course, I can, like, guarantee land it, and then I do the WEQ combo, right? Another one would be, you can W flash. So W flash, right? It was just W flash, shoots out where you are. This sort of if you flash too late. So you see. This because the W animation already came out, so you have to like flash instantly if you wanted to like go where you flash. So don't delay your flash when you do that. Another good combo would be, I think R flashing. It's probably pretty useful. I mean, it's not really used that much to be honest. Where like you're in this target like area, like they don't see you, then you just like flash onto them with R. You like fight them. Usually you don't really like leading fights like that. It's like kind of troll, I would say. I don't remember the last time I did that, but something you could do. Usually what you like to do on Kha'zix is like you lead with R from somewhere stealth and like you go onto them, right? And it's easier to do with R evolve, like because R evolve you have your invisibility is 2 seconds, so it's all nicer. Yeah, W evolve. W evolve is pretty big to land, right? Like you can literally hit both targets. Oh damn, this one's too spread out. So you get a lot of champions with W evolve. The best way to use it usually is try to aim for like, so let's say like, I mean here it's like really easy, right? So you just like shoot it. But usually just shooting the guy in the middle is the best way to do it. You usually like, you always like, if you hit the guy in the middle, it'll hit on everyone else, like if they start clumping. So, I mean, that's a kind of random tip. And what else? I guess like your full damage combo. So, your full damage combo when you play Kha'zix. Let me reset the game. And I'm also gonna do profane combo. So I gotta do that. You have R Wolf. Okay. Your full damage combo on Kha'zix should be, I mean, depending on whether you practice Q or auto, it depends on the fight, right? Like we covered earlier. So let's say I WEQ auto, then I R, then auto, and I get my next 2 off. And I want to stealth again. That's usually like your highest damage that you can do in a combo. You basically want to use your ult to keep refreshing your passive auto, and then playing for your next Q, right? Sometimes you don't need to always W, like I said earlier. You can like hold it, and so use it to like snipe someone after, if you want, or use it for the actual healing. You will always get the healing if you do WEQ, but maybe you're full HP, so you don't want to like waste a free heal, you know? And it's now for like profane combos, right? So profane on Kha'zix is sometimes meta, sometimes not. It wasn't meta for a while now, and in current patch we're on 15.17, season 15.17. It's kind of meta again. It's back. Like RW is back. Sometimes like it's not good to go RW because profane's a very very bad item at times. But whenever it's OP, you can go RW because Kha'zix needs a clearing item, right? You either use your Q evolve to make it to have more clear, or you buy profane and then you go R evolve, right? So for profane, when can you use it? You can use it at any time you want. You see, it's like Q. And you see how when you land, see how it gets all the splash damage, right? Can you EQ profane? No, you cannot do all of them at once. You see, you'll always prioritize one. So look at it again. And I'm casting them all at the same time. You see how like it prioritizes my profane because I click my profane first. I'm gonna do it again. See, you always prioritize an ability. So what would you prioritize first? I would say prioritizing your Q first, and then profaning on your like the end of your jump is probably the best thing to do. Because let's say you're jumping on the guy when he's on a full mini wave. If you, let's say, you might be able to sometimes get the Q isolation damage still, and then when you land, your E profane will kill a lot of the wave, and especially if you W. I saw AoE damage overall, right? And this item, even though it's like mainly for the clear, it's not actually for like the 80 or whatever. It's actually more for the clear so you can like scale more, but it's also good for like killing minions that are messing with your isolation. Because remember, like you do more damage when they're isolated, right? Let's see. So it's very important on how you view this item. I think to me in League, like your abilities and items all have like an identity and way they are used. So it's good to think about like why they're strong in the first place and when they can be weak. So like it makes you poly your champion better, right? So I'm pretty sure that's it. I feel like I covered like most things. I mean, don't think I'm missing anything from the top of my head. You can do a little quick little double jump for the boys. Even though there's nothing to reset off of. Oh wait, I did it there. Oh wait, what? I thought you couldn't do it in practice too. See how I'm gonna hold my screen. Oh, it didn't work. Wait, why did it work before? But just like that, double jump. And that's it. Those are your simple mechanics. Champion's pretty simple to play. Don't overcomplicate it. Just make sure to prioritize your Q when you fight. And GG. Can win. Skins. Well, this is my opinion on skins. These are my favorite skins on Kha'zix that you can buy. Or like you already have, if you already have it. This is my order. I just like Mecha, Death Blossom, and Darkstar a lot. Because they look very nice in game. They have very nice crisp sound effects. Animations. The other skins are kind of overrated, or like, I don't know, I just dislike it. Actually, Guardian Stance Kha'zix is kind of underrated, not gonna lie. Maybe it shouldn't be B tier, but I think you need a specific type of taste to like the skin. For the other ones though, dislike them. Yeah, if you want my advice, Death Blossom is probably the best skin by far. It's so clean in game, and the other ones are like, yeah, it's chill, you know, not bad. Okay, so Kha'zix versus Jarvan. I'm gonna do a cheese that I kind of got from a random game that I think is good, where I do my blue into his Krugs, so you're gonna see very soon. And also, if this is the first VOD you're watching from all of them, I sound very different than the other VODs because I recorded them like a lot earlier in the year. But I'll be uploading more Kha'zix videos, especially when I go to Korea, because I'm probably going to be spamming Kha'zix Kindred with like some Nidalee in Korea, so stay tuned for that. and also Nidalee guy coming soon. But yeah, we're playing this game. It's a challenger game. I'm versus Kha'zix, or versus Charvin as Kha'zix. And I want to really find this guy 1v1 because I have very heavy scaling ball in. I want to play around mid top. The only reason why I'm starting top side here is because this guy messed up his ward, I think, or he has red trinket, I'm pretty sure, from what I remember. So I ward here, just in case this guy decides to cheese me for whatever reason. Let's see if he does Raptors into my top side. But yeah, I'm just clearing my camps here. Also, that ward that I dropped is like kind of a mind game because it's like maybe he thinks I'm just gonna full clear in peace, but in reality, I'm coming for him. So the downside is if he started Raptors right and went to Krugs, I mean, he'll have smite advantage, right? So your job is to chunk him and just to push him out of the jungle and then play for your camps. It's a very like risky invade to do, but it's very high rewarding if you find him like this. You see how you just kill him? Very easy, just like that. And now you just take his red and you play the recall. Or not his red, his Raptors. It gives you a help enough for a double longsword. So I'm going to take his Raptors here. Him in the small ones right now because I want him to die to E so I can kill the big camp. Never mind, I'm holding the E actually because I hit 3 off some of them, small ones. And I'm holding E just in case. Looks like I'm not deciding to recall because I probably just want to keep pressuring because I'm very strong. And I see Zyra stepping up, burn this guy's flash, get a harvest stack. If he was a bit closer to my tower, I could have just started cooked to get a bit, then flash Q'd, and he would die. Now walking in his jungle, I ward. I'm ping that it's up, so that means he's probably on Grump. See that my ball has push, and that I want to invade. And I play to pull his blue. Because he can't mess with me 1v1, I'm a lot stronger. I win the 1v1 smite, so yeah, he can't do anything about it. Ballin's fighting, we're gonna go to it, it's gonna be a 3v3. He queued onto me. Very awkward fights. Oh my god. Imagine if I was such a inter. I think this fight should have been a lot more one-sided. But still not bad. We have Dirk on our first recall. And now we're going to plan to probably walk to his jungle. We know his Krug's going to be spawning quite soon. So I'm going to play to invade again. He has 3 camps while I have 4 camps. The thing is my base is a lot stronger because I did get 2 kills. I also had 2 treasure under stack. So I'm running to his Krugs right now. Guess he should run to it. It's his only camp up. He can also play for Crab if he wants. So I'm running to it right now. I think I might meet him at the end of his Krugs or something. We'll see. This is not a bad invade to do because he's still like clearing. And I'm walking in right now. As you can see, probably should have queued the small raptor. I do end up being late, it is what it is, but I will play for his next raptor respawn because I'm stronger. As you can see, he has 2 ruby crystals, so I'm a lot stronger in the 1v1. I have Dirk, so this is where you want to take advantage of it. Azure has to catch a wave, so I can fight. There's nothing he can do about it. He's getting his weaker 1v1. Now I go to my bot side to make sure he doesn't take my camps that are also leveled. Actually, they're not. They're just all up. I could have done a top to bot clear here. Just that my bot has to play down a number for a bit. If Jarvan, because Jarvan will only do 2 camps in block bot, while I have to do a full clear. I'm doing our camps right now. This is like our downtime, right? Remember how we talked about earlier in the guide, where you can farm, then make a play, or you can make a play, and then you have to farm because it's their downtime, right? So you can see here, this is my downtime right now. You can see I'm just like full clearing. Jarvan ends up being here first because again, he only had to clear 2 camps, right? So now I have no play on the map. So I have to recall. His 80 died. Looks like I was flaming that guy. Don't worry about it. I think I have beef with that guy from solo queue. He's a terrorist player. You know, you also have like bad players in Challenger too, if you guys didn't know that. Doing our camps now. Probably think about looking to invade his red buff, especially that he did dragon like that. So now I know exactly where he is. Wait, that guy was doing crap, I think. Well, we're still a lot stronger 1v1. He got dragon because his ball lane is hard winning. I'm gonna pull red buff first here because I think he will go to the Krugs first. And I can do this quite fast because he just came on the map. If he did end up going to the red first, then I'll just fight him. Get 6. Chunk him, get our harvest stack. Also, taking small ones like that where you get harvest stack and XP is very nice for the game. Now walking it out and play for the next camp. I'm gonna pull the Raptors. If Warwick wants to come, I'll waste his time and make him lose the wave. Pull the camp closer to the left side, so if Jarvan does end up BQing, he has to go quite deep into my side of the jungle. Even though I'm in his jungle, it's on my side, honestly, because I am stronger and I have a lot more control of that area. I am crossing on vision now because I want to make sure this guy's going to my camps. He didn't bother showing at the Raptors, so he either was sitting in the bush or he's going to my camps, which is what a normal jungle is response should do. And now I'm prioritizing grubs here because it is a lot better than playing for Krugs, and I'm thinking that he can be bot side. And our bot play is not winning, so I really don't want to fight 3v3 down there. Just gonna play mid top, make sure my ball line does not int. Now I'm doing the Krugs. Now I get this. And this is how you kind of like snowball your lead. I think the rest of the game is kind of like pitch chill, so you guys can enjoy it, watch it. If you guys have any questions at certain timestamps of this game, you know, let me know down in the comments below, and I'll answer your questions. I'll be in the comment section, replying. So, yeah, let me know. Okay, you're going to see a common pattern. Like, I just start the VOD kind of when, like, I'm paying, and I show you what I'm seeing. So I'm versus Rengar Yasuo. Oh, my bad. And this is a pretty rough matchup for me, but we can play Eclipse Kha'Zix with Shojin, or we can go Armbolt first item into Cleaver Shojin or Shojin. Like, we just want to buy an HP item second, pretty much. I'm gonna see how their team comp rounds out, and I'll decide how I'm going to just build overall in this game. So let's just see what they're picking. I don't know why this guy's locking Braum with Kaisa. He is trolling. Okay, well, right now, playing a build like Eclipse this game has a very high value because a lot of skirmishing, and I just want to be very tanky while also doing a lot of damage. So I don't want to go Cleaver, but I will go Shojin. Okay. So I'm probably going to play mid lane a lot this game and bot because their matchups are very volatile, and like I think my Sauce can literally carry this game with me. As for Evolves, I'm still going to go Dark Harvest, but I'm going to go change this. You see like a lot of fighting, so this page has a lot of value. Precision and Domination are really good in very fighting scenarios. Inspiration is more scaling, like more like specific timers, like getting your free boots. So I'm gonna run this with this, and I'm gonna run Ulti Hunter because my evolves this game will be QR. And the reason why I need Q for the dueling, a lot of fighting, so I need to be able to farm, fight, and do my stuff. And then R evolve second or W because if I get ahead, it has a lot of value, right? I'm not gonna evolve wings this game. I'm probably gonna do Q R E. Oh no, Q R W, or I'm gonna do Q W R. I'm gonna do something like that. Hopefully this game loads up very fast, or I have to like cut up some parts of the VOD. But yeah, we're playing Master Eel though. And alright, we're back in the game. Well, one thing I realized about this game is that everyone has Ignite, no TPs on my side. The Warwick has TP. And I'm gonna go Red Smite here, because I like the damage. And the Rengar has Conquer, so because I didn't run Conquer, he actually can beat me. If I go Conquer too, like it's kind of like it kind of depends on how the fight scenario goes. Like if he's able to get double W off, I mean I beat him early game because it's really big CDs. But he can stat check me with Conquer. But if I had Conquer too, then I stat check him. I actually don't know how it goes if I'm actually it does more damage Dark Harvest early, but I just have to avoid the early game invade. So I've OTP'd both sides. I've OTP'd Rengar and Kha'Zix back in the day. I just don't play Rengar that much anymore because I just don't find him that fun. But I do play him from time to time. By the way Rengar snowballs in this matchup is through specific invade timers. Why is there a Kaisa there? And if you are able to survive those timers, your game is not bad as Kha'Zix. So it's basically like you just have to survive the invade. That's all you literally have to do. So right now, I can get invaded on my blue because this ward I put will die by the time I cross back into topside, right? And he can try to find me on my blue. That's a really common invade for them to do. It's just 3 camp into invade, and it's really good for them because he's stronger than me at level 3. He has 3 damaging abilities, and my abilities are kind of dog shit. Like they all do damage, but they're not like his. Like his 1 heals, 2 do damage, and like a lot of damage. They also reveal me. All this. So I have to be very careful. That's not good to see because he has ignites. Gonna try to get to the wave here so I can get some XP. He didn't mean to all the small ones, so it was my mistake. Got some extra XP. Bro, how are all my Ignite laners dying in their respective lanes? Explain to me. I'm gonna do his wolf camp like this. I don't want to show here, because maybe he can be here for some reason. Oh, nice. At least one lane one with Ignite. Wait, this is Blue Show? We saw Rengar. Wait, what? This guy DC? So my clear's a bit slowed down because of what I did. Try and get XP and spend around the invade. That scared the shit out of me. I'm gonna smite that so I can get here in time. I have Wukong coming, so I'm gonna play very slow. Like that. That's why I let him walk into me. I know I cannot get one shots. He's gonna get the crowd. Yay. So he started bot side. Lucky we need that because of the Krug word. Pickaxe, sword. You can buy one hammer plus pink, but I'm gonna value just having a lot of ED. I think this game is all about stat checking because everyone does a lot of damage. So that's why I went red smite this game. You can also go green smite, which will help you just survive some damage. That means item like Death Stance is very OP this game because you can survive burst. Kill someone here so I can do more damage to the Krug. Now I'm just gonna kill the Krug here. I will not W. So I have easier time doing that. Now I would go to my Raptors. It'll take a second to respawn. You just let that guy base. We're just ganking bots, so that means I have a Raptor invade tower, because we know he started bot side. So that means I can take free Raptor camp. It's not worth to walk ball in there usually, because it's not really a good 3v2 take. Oh my god, we lost. How is he so fast? What's my MS? 350? What's his? So, how... Okay. How am I 5 MS faster than him? Clicking at him. I'm not messing with my click. And he's just faster than me. Like, I don't understand. Bro, I'm actually just surprised. Because I know I have more MS than him. I play Zed also. Like, I know I'm faster than him. So I'm not in range. How unbalanced is this game? Well, I missed on a free Raptor camp. It's gonna take one to get out because I don't want to mess with my Wukong's game. Let him play the game in peace. And his red can come mess with me, so I will not contest the Rengar in 1v1. Even though I beat him right now. I have a lot more ED than he does. So there I should have taken the Raptor camp, and I mean, to be honest, I thought I would kill Zod. But I guess Biscuits plus the thing that happened ended up not working out for me. Like, Rengar's game should be GG off what he did. I'm gonna run here, because I'm level 6. He cannot be 6 right now. He just probably dinked 5. Go, go, go. Where are you going, man? Play the game. I'm gonna make sure I take both kills. Yeah, I got a stock. Alright, it's kind of a big mid gap right now, I'm gonna be honest. I have a cup soon, right? Probably gonna base. Oh, I can do Drake actually here. Because their Rengar's gonna clear up, and I kind of cleared down just now. So I actually have a timer to do Drake here. So this game, I could have Giga Snowballed if I didn't troll. It's probably that counters you probably miss out. You die for free like I did. You're unable to get certain scenarios like that. Also, doing this Drake losing me blue off, just saying. Gonna base here. You can be in my top side right now. At least my Wukong's winning. God bless the soul. But thinking, oh, bot per plane here. Kappa. Should bot pink here, but I want to walk out base and run to my top side. He cannot do it that fast because he's probably clearing up. There's only he would have based. So I can get it in time potentially. I'm buying Tywise for sure this game. So this guy's going AP probably after Kraken. So if Rengar's here, I just completely dog him. Okay. Now what you do here, you just full clear down. Right now, game is so good for you. Hey, it's only Zed, but we can outplay Zed with our evolve later. I'm still pretty fed. Rengar is pretty useless this game. Looks like my Wukong wants me to play for the Grub, which I'll play for. So I'm clear my camps and go top side. Just paying attention in both sides. Yeah, interesting. If I like randomly stop pressuring. Oh, my mid is extremely gaps, not a lot. Yeah, Wukong to move. So I can get the... I have to be careful here. It's kind of scary. Yeah, I might die here, but if I play for ECD, I can probably live. I have Clip Shield coming up. Like this. Look it out. Probably have to dodge the next E. Oh! My god, I'm piss smurfing. Let's go. And my ball was able to kill the Braum. Let's go. I'm gonna buy Shojin here. I'm gonna buy Dole Ruby. That's what you wanted to do. If you get bases like this, oh my god, they swapped to Red Trinkets. What's wrong with me? So one, I should have bought pink earlier. And here, I should have bought Red Trinkets. Or swapped. So if you get a base like this, tab by Ruby, my god, you are Thanos. Braum can be here, so it's only the kitty. Which he's on. And he's dead. This guy clearly is really bad at Rengar. Just by the way he plays. Everything decision he made was it's like bad, and he still got punished way harder. But because I'm boosted, I wasn't able to punish as much as I wanted to. Like I made a mechanical error. His was just bad decisions. Oh no, mine was mechanical error. Wait, that's it? Oh my god. I'm like, it's late right now. Mine was a mechanical error, his was just bad decision making. Make sure I'm farming really well because I'm about to hit 11 soon, so I want to really play for that. And then I look to fight a lot. Don't die, buddy. Yeah. Trying to use my RCDs so I can get it back on cooldown. I'll run here. Oh, I got Drake. They're just gonna live. I want to do Drake. It's really good for my timer. So I'm already here. I always do it pretty fast. I'm Q evolved. Sucks. I think I got it. French. I was one, like, kind of a little bit of damage off. Probably should stay because my Wukong's trying to make a play mid here. Nah, I should base. It's like way too good for me to base here. Really annoying I don't get that actually, because it's like I should be able to secure it. I didn't swap again. Oh my god. Okay, now what do you buy? Do they have armor? Not really. But buying the Sorcerer is very good though. I want to make sure I have my ult before I decide to make a play. Oh, what is that guy doing? This looks like a bad fight. I don't have CDs right now. So maybe you need to play it out. Stud. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Yeah. What to buy now? I'm gonna buy Death Stance probably. I think it's too valuable this game. That is not Death Stance. That is not what I want either. Red trinket too. I bought like an old man. I went blue trinkets for fun. Luckily I lived, which is pretty good. Need to make sure my XP is good. I can carry this game getting to 16, having 3 wolves. Also gotta remember that my Wukong is the strongest player in the game. With me. Other than me. So where he goes, I want to make sure that he's around. That's how you play Kha'zix in these type of games. Or just in general, like you want to make sure that you're farming a lot. I don't know why my Wukong just killed his conditions like that. Yeah. I don't think he realized that I would not kill him there, but I guess he was really scared. What do I play to farm here? There's nothing to do. I don't have my ult up. So I'm kind of scared to walk in here. Never mind. Let's see, there's a invade timer here. I guess I can dodge all these wards. He's in this bush. He's low. 1 HP. Yeah, he cancels ults. Otherwise, I still would have been like marked. I'm just gonna Kha'zix Abilities. Okay. Need to play for his next wave and drop Herald. Pretty psycho Herald's crash. I can't really go in because if I go in, there's no way of getting out. Got the Maiden. Play Drake and then play to base. Or I can play to farm here because I'm very close to my item. But it's very greedy to do that. I will do it. Because I am 10-1 and 1. My team should recognize that I am kind of the main character of this game. If you were playing with a teammate that is this fed, you should feel the same exact way. I'm gonna go to his crab joke. Their Karthus showed. So if the Karthus didn't show like that, I would probably not touch this crab. Okay, another free kill. I mean, my sauce is top, so can't really contest. Yo, push this midwave, man. Bro, my Tristan, what is he doing, bro? I don't know why he did what he did. Let's see what he buys. Let's see what he had to buy. Or why he did that. Azul, let's go! Instead of pushing midwave, let's go! He probably could have hit this whole tower, let's go! Yeah, I'm very strong right now. Doesn't mean I'm like god, but I'm pretty hard to kill and do a lot of damage. I try so I'm fine. I mean, he can't kill me. I have Death Stance, Taliyah, and I'm 2 levels up on him. Bro, I'm griefing. What did I just do? That's like the thing about Zed, moving one, is that he can alter Q, which sucks. It sucks a lot. Also, if I didn't die here, I would be hitting 16, so it's kind of cringe. Now my whole jungle's gonna get raided by my AD carry. But these should be my counts. But it's like allowed because like I died, so yeah, I'm going to use tablets. They're actually useful. Now Zed killing me actually resulted into these 2 kills, so deserves. Well, this is Monkey Kingdom actually. Joke. Again, another time where my song could just push mid and probably gone in a tower. We're waiting for people. You should. Yeah, stop some XP here. I think it's booze up, so. I don't know what these guys are doing. Yeah. Good job, Rengar. Nice. I think they're on it. I hear Kai'Sa hitting it. I'm gonna play the kill here. Why didn't Rengar kill the... Giving them Baron doesn't really matter, but it doesn't feel good to give. Honestly, I kind of forgot. I'm kind of like slacking here. Oh, W Wolf. Whole team fighting. E is not bad, but it's not that easy to reset. W. Helps shields. And that's it. GG's. So the reason why Kha'Zix is good this game is because my matchup is good. Oh, let me do my runes. Yeah, this is good. My matchup is really good. My bottom is very volatile. My mid matchup is not bad, and top is just an island. So it's a pretty like everyone kind of plays their lane, and I will play to clean up and just play my individual matchup. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay. What's up? So okay, I thought it was Gwen jungle for some reason, but it's Darius jungle. So actually now my matchup is kind of bad. Well, I'm pretty sure it's still a bad matchup. Even after Darius nerfs, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty playable if I just get my first clear off. I think he still clears pretty fast, 315. I think I can invade him actually, but he will start red. There's this game, my balling's very volatile, so like I kind of want to do my red buff, where like red core raptors, and then I can potentially look to level 3 invade because I think mid shot push too. What issue with that is that like I don't know how fast Darius clears, you know, like But I should really fight him on the fifth camp. The fourth camp, I think he would kill in time. Ask him to ward. Go ward. Go check. Thank you. It's a pretty shit ward because he can just walk to my blue buff, which is a pretty common chase to do. See, my volatile is already playing very volatile. My god. It's my first game to this, so. Looking, see what's going on. Don't know what Darius' path is, but he definitely started topside. Still isn't showing. Don't know what he's doing. So is guy on my top side? I don't understand. Never mind. He did red starts. I actually can invade him here. Cause he's pretty slow. I don't know how. What here? Yeah. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah. Got 2 kills. Just gonna base here. Yeah, very. I don't know what's going on balling. It's just very crazy. I mean, I can't help him. I'm 1 HP. Yeah, I'll remember that I'm. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of down to reinvade. I need to be ready to walk to my top side because Darius is not showing. Okay, I'm walking my top side here because Darius is not showing here. So I think he's running straight to the crowd and playing to pull my camps. I have Dirk, so. Okay, he flushed. Not Dark Horse. Boom. Okay, what do I want to do here? His Krugs are up. So I want to just take it real quick, actually, because I do really fast. So because I had infinite vision, like, I have pretty much know where Darius can be. Because, like, we know he's clear, right? He started topside. And if he's not showing bot side, that means he can only go into my topside. So that's why I changed my path there like that. Have to be scared. Oh, well, be careful, not scared. My mid did base, so I'm gonna walk into my bot side now. Looks like Darius is here. We see him on the Gromp. He did crab too, so he did 2 camps. Walk in, get the crab here. See if I can gank bot here. I feel like there's wards, but I'm gonna see. If there's not. Man, clearly there is. Do I cross now? Or not? Just do dragon in peace. Because I did that ball play. Basically cannot do Drake. Or cannot do Grubs. But because they went for his top play, I could just walk topside and play the fight to Darius. But getting Drake here is also fun. I don't think that play was necessarily worth. The thing is, like, up 3 camps up, and Darius being able to get a play like that, even though I know exactly where he is like, not the greatest, right? Yeah, this thing is messing me up. Like, I got a grub from him. Pretty funny. I got greedy his flash. I mean, you don't need to do that, but it's because of what I decided to do. These are the choices I made. You have to give the other side. It's simple as that. I mean, they're balling like literally cannot play right now. Like, I'm gonna go ult here, I think. I'm so ahead. Wait here one time. Tron. Oh man. Oh man. Yo, don't do that. Oh. Yeah, what do I want to build here? I want to go on, bro. Usually you're supposed to buy Yumu's here. Okay, I need Mule. Where people start like... Because I kind of hustle my top laner. Not playing top side when he's winning. The reason why I went Umbral here is because I want to be... Just have a lot of gold. Oh my god, bro. No shots. Why didn't my auto go off, by the way? I don't understand. Why didn't my auto go off? Bro, he's trolling. I was playing for my CD. Just like how he was. But we would trade it 1-for-1 though. So 2 mistakes I made. Was down there for fun. I didn't need to. But I thought I would kill him, to be fair. And then the second mistake is right there. I mean, we should not fight Darius. Even though like we're so ahead, like Darius just balanced, right? He just one-shots you, have no ults. If I had Q evolve, he would get railed. But because I'm on Q evolve, I had to play very smart. Probably had to flash his Q, like flash inside. So he doesn't get the healing. The healing matters a lot because it heals like almost like full Q damage. I mean, now we're just playing for Drake, so it's like chill. It's Umbral item, bro. Oh, there it is. Why did my Sixth Sense also get used? Yeah, that guy thought he was Faker. Oh, it was just top? What? Yo, we'll play Darius. We fully stocked them mouse. They're tilted. Don't flash. Oh, I had to Try to get walkout vision. Oh, we flushed. I mean, I'm losing grubs again because of this, but. Should I buy Taliyahs? Taliyahs have giga value this game. I don't really like it though, like not being able to buy Dirk here. It's like kind of cringe. Oh, he still hasn't done the grub yet. He took my gromp. Where did my Ash Hawk shots? Oh, what? He has Mikhail's. Did not realize. That's why tabbing matters, by the way. I have to always tab. Make sure that doesn't happen. You don't randomly die. Good thing like I reacted, but like I almost died for free. This red spawn. Yeah, he played to clear camps fast so I can play Drake. Yeah, I'll let him have Drake. I want to clear my camps. See Darius. You can play for Drake slowly. I want to level up one camp one time. It's the only downside of Arbol is that you have to play off the TE, and you can't just take 1v1s just like that. Which is like completely fine, right? It's just a different style. But I don't usually prefer it. But I guess like the early game was so won, which it was, but I like kind of trolled. I like kind of gave back. I threw away like the advantage I had for me to be allowed to go Arbol. But the thing is, if I went Kyobo and did the things I did, I would just completely won. Some like 2 fights. And it would have been really insane for my game. That's why like sometimes I dislike Arbol first. I mean, it's a playstyle thing, right? And I just played a champ really well to where you're allowed to go Q-Ball. Doesn't mean like... So, see if we can get a kill here. Play for my R re-stealth. And now all I need is 1 Q to kill him, because he's very squishy. I'm gonna base here, I have 2k gold, very good base. I'm gonna now because the HP is really valuable. I'm gonna swap to blue here too. Don't really need the red trinkets. I have Umbro, plus 6 cents. Probably gonna look to build Opportunity here. Don't need Serpents. Can also go Axiom Mark here too. Because I'm Aura. If I wasn't Aura. What? Oh my god. That is so cringe. Like, I Q'd the blue, and that damage actually mattered because he would have died to the Lissandra. Darius is such a... I'm so glad they like gutted Darius to where he's not as OP. Like, this champion is probably the most elo inflating champion in League. There's like actually so many junglers in high elo that abuse Darius and Naafiri, and they're in the elo where they shouldn't be in. But because they spam those champions, they're just up there. Like, this guy's up 2 levels on me. This is why like you have to always constantly farm versus champions that have very good farming tools. So Hecarim, Taliyah, Darius. A lot of these champions have very good farming tools, and this is why like going Q evolve is really good for that, because you can keep up with them. Man, I think this guy's literally trolling, by the way. Like, his whole team. I was gonna aura up to him. He's literally just trolling. His Nami just respawns, and like, we see everyone pretty much. We know where everyone exactly is. I will say I'm playing with my team a lot while Darius is being a pig on the map. Nice. See, I'm like just being around my team. Darius is finally deciding the group. Oh, I was really skilled of him. Oh my god. How did I not kill him, by the way? You would think that auto Eing, full damage E, auto Q would kill the guy. But he doesn't die. How balanced is buying a Chain Vest? Oh my god. This is why, like, I say to build Grudge, right? Because you actually need it. Heal Buff does do more damage. If you think about it, because you get your Q rotation off more. So if I was level 11 there, Yasuo would have died if you thought about it. Because that extra AD I would have had would have killed him. So crunch. Alright, let's go do this. Yeah. Now we do Drake. Playing around with the team CC. They have a lot of CC, so I get to take advantage of that. I'll see. I should put multiple games of Kha'zix in this 101. Then I'll release a masterclass. Remember, if you don't go Q Evolve first, you never go it again. Because Q Evolve is the first time first evolve. Wait, how do I say it? Q Evolve is only for the first one. It's not good later on. Because it's used to snowball. Snowballing in terms of farming, fighting, objectives, all quote unquote ways to snowball. Yeah. How about him soon? I'm gonna base after this. When my Lulu respawns, I just want to base. So I can match his, like, tempo. It's good to do that sometimes, just be on the map when your team is on the map. If you're not, it's like kind of awkward, you know? Like, they're just jerking off. Which is not a good thing. Like, you kind of want to play together. The way you play together is being on the map at the same time. So I'm gonna walk topside here because I think they're on the heralds. That guy's really good. Oh my god, we just on the heralds. Whatever. Is Darius champion, man? Oh. I'm gonna play to kill whoever shows mid. No point to do herald, it takes me too long. I'm not Qable. I didn't get my Q off there. Sucks. I tried to get into the bush in time. If I had Yumus, I would have gone in the bush and then he would have died to me again. Look how much damage Autocon does. And bro, I'm not collecting this. Yeah, I have a lot of gold. Technically, Kappa, Chungus. Like, I can base for Dirk, but I'd rather just play for Last Resort components and stay on the map, because I don't need a base. I have a lot of camps, and there's nothing in base for really, and I still have a pink, and I have Umbral to use. There's Nami, free food. So. The slow is too annoying, actually. Then he realized Darius was behind me. Probably could have escaped if I didn't play too Eagle too hard. Because I still have E. Oh, well, no, I didn't use my E. I still have Flash, right? Very messy game. It's not easy to play and talk. You know, I'm not a pro yet. I can play and be quiet, but hard to play and talk. Look, who's a lobby champion? I mean, he has Maw. He can't die. But their champions are like very like they can constantly fight because of how their kits are. So Umbral next season or next splits will be a lot better because they're removing the object like the first set of grubs, which means that the game is gonna be Drake into first set of grubs into next Drake into probably another Drake into Otacon and Baron. That's gonna be. Oh yeah, I forgot about Herald too, right? That's just how a game will be. So it's gonna be definitely a lot more controlled than before, the way you can play. It might be less like chaotic. It might still be chaotic in general, but I know for Harry though, probably not. I mean, I can't do Drake. I don't do it fast enough, so just wait here in peace. Go for next pick. Yeah, we can do Drake now. Probably could have done Drake the whole time, honestly. I think enemy team has given up on playing this game. Yeah, I'm gonna farm a bit here. I don't need to base. Usually you should probably base here for pinks. But you don't really need it if you go Umbral. That's like the upside. I'm going Umbral. Now I'm gonna group. I only have Smite though for 30, so I'll have to play for. Oh my god, I like mumble my words. Gonna have to play probably one vision timer. Oh god. And GG's. Yeah, hey guys. So this game's really good for me because my matchup is really good. My main matchup is a bit scary. My top matchup is free, and bot is very volatile. They're playing Lucianami versus Nautilus Varus, Hook lane. My sauce one support item sucks. Yeah, one thing. Okay, oh my god. I mean, they can't really invade. Usually, if they can invade, you usually like to drop a ward. Really. Oh my god. I'm just gonna sit here. I don't think it's warded. I think it's very crazy to do this, but I think it's okay. My ball lane's fully. If my ball lane had to like base, I probably wouldn't do this. Man, I'm gonna do this no matter what. If Rise comes in and messes with me, I'm just gonna paw it. So I can get ready to Q smite. Their Lucian's like trolling. Yeah. I'm just gonna base now. I don't wanna walk all the way on jungle, so go here. I'm supposed to do the cycle thing. I'm gonna run here too. This is how it can all be 3 right now. He should be 3. If he's not here, if he's here, I mean, he's level 2. He can all be level 3. And he cannot be in my bot side. He's gonna get it. I didn't have smite in time. Sucks. 1 second, I'll get that. Because I think his smite barely came up too. Now I'm just gonna do the easiest camps. Maybe I should run to my red, but I kind of want to level my wolves. Pretty psychotic game. Now, right now my XP is like pretty messed up. Because I leveled up no camps. So, thing you do here is just be ready to look bots, look mid, because you don't want to go top this game. Going top does nothing. And then just be ready to gank a lane. No word here. I think it's I don't think it's the necessary word, but just in case. Don't really care about crab. I just want to farm my camps here. And make sure I play for my respawn camps. Do not let this guy get my free respawn. He leveled up my Grom for me, so. Bot's just winning. Might have to be ready to walk bots. Yeah, I can get here. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he's respecting. I'll be doing my camps here. This is I was level 4, so. Yeah, I'm gonna channel and be ready to walk bots. Yeah, walk here. Buy pickaxe. They want to wait in base. I want to buy a pink again and replace my next pink and just be as strong as possible. Whereas grubs and just play for it. I have a York, so I want York to have good conditions this game. Mid's condition is really good, but I think Raz is just gonna push and TP back because he hasn't based yet, it looks like. Ballin's fine. Xin Zhao's clearing down with me. I'm gonna smite this. It's gonna clear normally. I just value pink a lot over the Dirk because I should win 1v1. I can kill small ones, so it's easier. You clear the camp. In. He did the crab. You give me my Balsa right now. We're doing Drake. I'm ready. I'm fine sacking one camp. Or 3 grubs. I basically got camp back doing this. They're 100% on Drake. Because Nami also went towards the Drake. And he didn't take my Raptors, so... Good check this one time. Yeah, Xin Zhao messed up actually. It's kind of hard to fight. Hit him, hit him. Oh, my AD's kind of gout, I think. But it's okay. Our game is good, so. And I can carry this game with our champs. This is bot side. Yeah. I can base in time. I can kill him on the red or Krug. So right now all his camps are up. I'm gonna buy Dirk here. I'm gonna buy another pink. I'm gonna run straight to Crab. Right now the Rise also doesn't have flash. I probably should go Q Evolve. I mean, Orvolve is not bad here too. I do want to go Q Evolve though. Just not helping him, bro. I'm just gonna mute all. Not helping right now. I need 6. It's 8 minutes in. I'm on 6. He's in 1 bot, so I'm just gonna take his top side now. Yeah, killed him. I'm only going to be able to take 1 camp, because he should be here. Okay, Nami's here, so I can't play for more. Go back to my jungle. I want to go kill their Malphite because he's basing the base. No, not in the base, in the bush. Basing in the bush. Reason why I do my bot sense in my top side here is I want to be ready to go bots, but looks like my verse got completely chunked, so now there's no more play. That's okay. We're gonna base and play grubs anyways. Nothing to do. Good look mid here. Have an opportunity by right trinkets. He's also basing for his item. Probably gonna look to buy a Jana here. Okay, so I don't have the auto combat movement speed, but I have ulti hunter. So you're probably thinking, or you probably know, what evolve I'm gonna go second. And it's gonna be our evolve. I already think I have enough CC and like tools for this game. because we have not all Varus. So I'm allowed to go Orville. What? Both like players are like confused. So I couldn't kill Xin Zhao. But this guy's coming to stall me, so God, I didn't hit the punts. I kinda need my team to come. Some weird behavior by enemy team. Wait, slowly. We got him off Fiddle yet. I can't kill him. I don't have my CDs up in time. Right back. I thought ulted or got Warwick earlier, so. Wow, what a battle, actually. I'm gonna do the grubs. He'd also just go straight up Drake here, but I don't really care. Maybe Drake is actually the better call, because I can do it very fast, and it's good to get Drake off, so they don't have random, like, soul condition later. Like, to get their Drake randomly. But if you get this Drake, yeah, like, we can actually just get the next Drake. Like, nobody cares. It's also a very good Drake to have, like, hack stack. Gives a CDR. I have to, like, 100% base. Like, I can play to clear, but I think we're at base for tempo. Yeah, I mean, Xin Zhao's walking to my side. No recall here. Ping to Drake. No, wait. Go Ruby. I'm not gonna buy pink here. I'm gonna play off our supports wards. See what enemy team does. I think I have time to clear camps one time, so I'm gonna go clear. I'm gonna click mid. Yeah, I'm gonna do camps. Like, ideally, I should clear. You can also have done your Raptors here and clear up and just play into your Rek'Sai, but it's kind of pointless to play to the split pusher right now. Because he's probably just going to play his own game, and I should play my own game too. Like, I should play with my dual lane as much as I can. Well, my nonsense is done, but like, we did our one time for words, so it's like they're tiring. And I don't want to sack like 3 camps, not farming 3 camps. It's like kind of bad. Gonna do the Krogs. Hit the tower with him. Yeah, that's good. That's like really good actually. No recall. Oh, we're just doing 2 plays on both sides. And this is what I mean, like, there's no point to play on his side actually. But I do want to clear down. Bro, what? What do you want from me, man? Okay, now I'm just gonna play here. Wait, he blind stopped my base. I think blood is dead. I don't hit the word because I don't want to get double ulted. Man, that's a way to play it. I think he missed. Yeah. I mean, I'm a very squishy champion. That's why I'm playing how I'm playing. Like, it's not easy to play that. Oh my god, this guy's tabas. Cringe. Bonus. Okay, time to clear my camps again. Hit 11. Then once I hit 11, I can play the game very offensively. My god, another play. Maybe cut him off here. Okay, now pay attention to the screen. Play his camps. They should be up. Kappa. Chongus, what? Yeah, they're all down. I'm gonna do the Raptor camp now. Just keep playing around CC. I don't know if you guys will get these kind of comps in lower elo, but this is how you should play. I think Diamond Pulse should have games like this. I'm in like a master game right now, so I know how to play through CC. Flash on the Malphite. Wash off the Malphite real quick. I'm just trolling, giving me angle actually. W. Whatever. Space. When your conditions aren't good. Wow. Yeah. When your conditions aren't good as a jungler, you either, one, you base, obviously, or you clear camps and then base, if you have the time. Right? If it actually will impact, or if it will actually like benefit your next recall, or yeah, like no one, there's nothing to do. Like everyone's like planning to base after the next wave. That's how you recall on the jungler. But because like you are still kind of on the map, and I already have my items, and like getting an extra longsword literally means nothing, I'd rather recall. You need to do this shit fast because there's a Drake spawning. You can take it. I'm just gonna group. Even if I had camps up, I have to group here. Oh, Pierre was bush, man. What the? I mean, it's safe now because he kind of walked into it, but like, he could easily been in that bush. Wait, what? Wait, why did we give this? Wait, we were giving this? Oh my god, I choked. Oh my god. Bro, but like, we only like
I mean, like, it's like, bro, just play the Drake. Like, we can't lose the Drake fight, by the way. Why don't Urgot even do that? Or my Yorick? Why? I don't know why I keep calling Yorick Urgot and like Urgot Yorick. It's fucking same dog shit. Fucking brainless champions, but Blood is having fun. Whatever, man. Yeah, they're stacking low armor, so. Tabby. This guy's Malphite. This guy's about to stack more armor. This guy's buying Frozen Hearts or Zonia's, whatever item he wants more. Then after Grudge, probably buy Odin. We actually need 3 people to kill this guy. Now another person got mind control the TP because he thought Lucian was the GOAT. Okay. I am pretty chill game. I mean, just farm. We have to run top because Roswell ults. Malphite should have TP right now. Bro, but like, come on, man. But like, come on, bro. Yo, can we nerf tab by But like, come on, bro. Look at my items, man. Look at my items, bro. I'm up a level 2. I think I was up 2 levels before he actually killed me there. But come on, bro. That death is bad, but the death only means like I won't hit 16 like early, like way earlier, and I mean otherwise death is like whatever. There's nothing on the map, but it does stall the Herald push a bit. I mean, this guy should die. He has no ult. He's dead. I'm gonna go kill Lucian because I think he's rage pushing top 7-11 scoreline. He has no armor, so I one-shot him. Yeah, this game's kind of boring actually. Like we just put the early game out and that's it. Well, I just have to do this. RC is very low, so. Do camps. I mean, I think my team's ending the game. That's pretty invade heavy game though, either way. I mean, they're just ending the game. Whatever. Okay, so I blinded my champion this game. I kind of just picked it for comforts. But in this kind of game, I mean, I have free matchup. The Conquer, usually you want to run Conquer into tanky matchups, but the rest of your game is very good for Dark Harvest. So I'll be taking Dark Harvest. Okay, so we're gonna go Blue Smites. TSM baby girl. You like master game. Okay. This kind of game is very fighting ball in, and mid is like kind of AFK. I mean, it's Lux for sorry. But top lane matchup is kind of scary because it can go either way. So, he's playing Sejuani. A path I can do this game is just level 3, gank top, potentially, if Kill plays very aggressive. Right here. I think this guy is starting blue buff. So, you can do the standard 3 camp or full clear. But me, I guess he warded like this. You can do something where you can just walk into his blue like this level 1, because they're very weak level 1 champion. Look at their champions. They're very weak. So I'm going to walk like this. Hug the walls. See, everyone's pretty AFK. And now I'm going to walk in again, because I think he's starting blue. I'm going to ward this bush, see if he's on it. Now, you're going to hit the plant like this, and you're going to land inside the thing. And he's not going to notice. And then you smite like that. And I have a level E here. And there we go. A free kill. And that's like a cheese you can do. Because usually laners would be in their lane, right? After they put a ward. So because he messed up his ward. Well, he didn't mess it up. He did ward my raptors, but he didn't ward the entrance. And one thing, when you do that ward on raptors, if you're a laner or a jungler listening to this, you can also send this to your laner friend. Always ward to where it shows both the entrance and the raptor. So you ward right here, and we'll show this whole entrance and the raptor, and no cheese will like that will ever happen to you. I base there because I can do ground very fast, and doing his wolves kind of does nothing, and I don't have W, so I do it kind of slow. And he's gonna be boss center of the map, and he's like 0 camps. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna play to. Well, you see, this matchups are volatile. I'm gonna take his gromp. Oh, what? Well, his game is like so messed up. It's like not even funny. I'm not gonna smite this because I don't need to. But I'm just gonna invade because like he shouldn't be allowed to touch his camps. He's on this. I'm just gonna kill him with Q. Yeah, now I'm gonna do this. I mean, his game is so over. This is how you usually want to play tank matchups. Because they have very weak early games, so if you can get cheeses like that off, it's really good. Otherwise, you just play the full clear and just scale in peace. But remember, Kha'zix is a very strong invading champion. And I did it based off the information they have. So let's say they had a stronger level 1 champions in the solo lanes, right? But, I mean, they're playing Lux kills, so they don't. Then, maybe doing that kind of invade is very risky, because their team can actually defend the Sejuani. Here, I'm going to walk into my top side, because usually I would just level up my camps here, but because how this guy died and walked straight to my blue to try to take it, I think this guy will do the same thing, run into my top side, because he should know that I'm in his like his bot side or somewhere on the other side of the map. It looks like he did not go for it. Thing here, I'm just gonna play to kill him on the Gromp respawn. Oh, the TP actually shows. Let's see. Look, he was there. I think he saw me. Because why is he walking where he's walking? Maybe I feel like it's risky what I'm doing, but I'm just gonna do it anyways. He hasn't paid, so. Oh, actually, no. He died. He just doesn't have gold to buy anything. And now I'm just gonna recall here. I have a lot of golds. I have a very good recall. Sejuani died again. So I'm just gonna play for just 2 camps, then look to fights. I cannot do a full clear here because there's objective spawning. And I really want to get these grubs. His raptors are spawning, so actually, I'm gonna go to his raptors real quick. They probably just won this game on their own. No walk to his Raptors here. Potentially I can gank mid. Harvested. See Sejuani. Probably just pull the grubs in a bit. Yeah, their kill's playing quite safe. I'm gonna ping the Drake. Make them be aware that he is bot side. Sejuani's level 3. The giant spells. So here, when you have such a big lead on jungle reds, you can do two things. Keep farming and playing for XP, because you're already ahead. Or you can just play deny plays. In this type of game, I think I might do the second option, because we can fight back a lot. But I would like to get level 6 one time, so I can make plays easier. This guy's walking into me. Oh, what's hello? Hello. I have to flash in there. Okay, I did not think he would be. Like he should be on Dragon, by the way. I feel like, but I guess I'm just trolling. You already know where I'm going, guys. I'm gonna go. Oh, what? Bro, they see me. I mean, I don't care. I'm walking in. I don't give a shit anymore. Bro, I was gonna eat the plants. Oh, whatever, man. Okay, just don't do what I did. Let's learn, okay, guys? I'm gonna buy Umbral components as I can. Should just do your Kha'zix and base. Because like you're low. If Sejuani didn't show there, I could have potentially invaded again, see punts and go in. But you would need your mid laner to do that. But my mid laner showed that he wanted to go bots, so I should respect his wishes. And because I didn't communicate what I want to do, he's doing his own play, which is completely fine. It's understandable, Reds. Horrible if don't need Q-ball in this type of game states. Playing for his red right now. His Raptors just respawn. Just want to keep the pressure up and stop the game. Okay, went to eat the fruits. So I think this guy might push another wave. Let's see what he does. He has no flash, so I will kill him. Yeah, there we go. Just like that. He's level 6, I have to respect actually one time. Kinda hard to play. I can't believe that guy actually played the hook in. He's such a psychopath. I use my ult, so I'm a bit weaker than Sejuani right now. And it sucks for my balling because they're really fed, but like, game is like very winning state. And another thing, like when you're in winning game states, you already have a lead. You know, the most consistent thing you can do to maintain your gold lead is just keep farming. And you're always gonna be up golds. Simple as that. I'm base here because I have my item. I'm gonna play for the grubs, respawn. I'm a bit late. That's okay. Buy pink. Maybe if you noticed, I buy a lot of pinks because it's very important to deny vision on a champ like Kha'Zix, because your champ scaling is not that insane. Like you're pretty useful, but it's not like Rengar scaling or like Kiana. These champs have like some insane ratios. Yeah, it plays over mid, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay, interesting. Use my R there to dodge Sejuani W, because that's her main damage ability is her W2. There's two parts to it. Always helping me, thank you, bro. Let's just smite this. Now I'm gonna recall, and now I'm gonna play for Drake. And I have a pretty good base here. I have Dirk plus this Edge Ruby Crystal components. I mean, okay, who cares actually? The Pantheon ought to kill. Gun in my mouth. Wow. Baby girl typing that shit. I'm also. When you do R-Evolve first, you want to treat your champion as like a Hecarim, a Lilia, where you rely on your ult a lot. Of course, you can play without your ults, obviously, but it's more guaranteed when you play with your ults. You know what I'm saying? So I'm farming here. Maybe ready to go bots because of how Pantheon's playing. Yeah, I mean, Sejuani does have damage when she builds Heartsteel. You could do Drake here, but Pantheon's ult, so I don't want to randomly die. So, guess what? I'm just gonna do my camps in peace. And, like, it's 13 minutes in the game. Doing this Drake literally means nothing. Unless you want to start a soul win condition, you have nothing to do. You could just do it too, but I don't want to die for fun, so I'm just gonna do my camps. And then base, because I have full Edge Knights. You could have base though, and play for potential red invade. But we have no TPs, and I don't think... I mean, I could play with the Fear, honestly. No, it's like up to you. But this could be easily invaded, because we're a lot stronger. But doing this is also fun, because now here, I'm just going to play for Drake, buy another pink. And doesn't mean we use both pinks at once on the same timer. I'm just sitting on it, just in case if shit really gets bad on certain fights. But we just sit on it, because why not? Shouldn't really affect your bases if you're playing good league. So, here we'll just do Drake. Because again, there's nothing to do with it. We would have done it earlier, but because they have a global, Bishop Pantheon's ults, I just will not do it and be forced to get off it. I don't want to waste my time, right? This is awkward because he can literally steal this. And now what do? There's nothing to do. We farm. We play for Herald now. Usually 10 to 15 minutes. Game state tends to stabilize a little bit, maybe because you have a lead. Enemy team doesn't want to just in for fun. So they play very safe. But of course some games is just chaotic, so you have to keep fighting. So in those kind of games, you just farm 1 camp, 2 camp, look to fights. Every camp or 2, just get ready to go fights. This kind of game state, you just farm in peace. Wow. Decent baby girl. We're playing the farm because there's nothing to do, right? I just got Drake, so... Teleporting top. I'm gonna go mid. I should have flashed. Playing in very like low like mechanical way, not gonna lie. APM's not there right now. I'm gonna buy Merc Shards though, as you can tell. Let's say, remember when I was talking about how you could have based earlier? Maybe after you did drag or something. You can buy Merc Shards straight up here. Because you already have the main components from Imagine That, which are your Dirk, and Ruby Crystal. So you can buy tier 2 boots, and it's very good this game, having Merc Shards now. Merc Shards has value into all 5 of their champs. I'm pretty sure Chisana W does magic damage, and also it slows you, so. I was gonna say, he's playing very well, because, I mean, like, Pantheon is just ulted over the wall. A little W real quick before I move to fights, but I think they're all dead. Or fine. I think his camps are up, so I'm gonna play for his camps one time. Boot to the head. I could smite him. My bad. I'm actually not used to smiting that much nowadays, because it doesn't even do that much damage like it used to. Like back then, smite used to be like literally like Zeus smiting, like literally some like coming down, smiting you real quick. But nowadays it's like kind of shit. Yeah, I was gonna say if this guy clicks up to my tower, he's literally dead. Yeah, got a free kill. This is how you kind of want to play by yourself on Kha'Zix. Is either by yourself. I mean, you usually play by yourself a lot, but you can play with your team. Like, I could have been here, I would ball in, helping him, but I'm doing my own thing. Get ready for another potential fight here. Yeah. I think they're on this. Never mind, they're not. Good base. Got another Dirk. Don't really need armor pen. It's only Sejuani, I don't really care. Should have already based by now. Should have done this camp actually. Because I should match dueling tempo, but I'm matching mid at least, so I'm about to sword and stay on it. Like, who cares? Yeah, we're gonna play for Heralds. What are we buying with this actually? What opportunity? Yeah. No, we hit this. Now my bone should push this mid wave or duel in. And just come help me. You shouldn't hit this tower, you'll get it naturally. You don't need to force it. It's already low enough to where it will just die to Herald. And we should Herald before this next Drake on the mid tower. Need one person to do it with me because I'm not Qable, so it kind of takes me a while. Drop Herald on this. Oh my god, why do I keep getting hit by every Lux ult, man? What am I doing? Oh my god, he flash ignited that guy. Oh, I'm gonna pick. Oh, I'm gonna pick. Well, he does have a lot of armor, guys. Can you blame me? Like, honestly, should just focused him. I played like the mid max there. Like, putting 1Q on Sejuani, then he should die. Well, I thought he would die. No, shit does. This Pantheon does not care, man. Oh, okay. So 2 of my deaths were pretty bad this game. But they're pretty like simple deaths to like fix, right? It's like 1+1 actually. Kind of does. There were 3 lethality items. Probably gonna buy another lethality item. Probably go Axiomark, because it's only Sejuani stacking armor, and you shouldn't spend your time hitting Sejuani. There's no points. So I'm gonna play 2 builds Axiomark. Because of Marvel, usually I like prying that item. If I evolve bar. A little dodging move. Oh. Oh, you missed. Crazy game. I'm just gonna do camps. Like Drake literally does not matter. Just take inhibs, take autocon, and then we end the game with Baron. If we don't end the game, that's like a gameplay issue, not an objective issue. If they had more like wave clearing type champions, so let's say Sivir, uh, insane like control mages like Way, then I would probably suggest doing Drake. But because it's these champions, they don't have great wave clear, and we have ways to pressure them, I'd rather just farm my camps here. Or, well, his camps are my camps now, so. I want to involve myself in this play, if I can. Pretty good play to take part of. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I want to take extra damage for free. I think we can end. We have 6 scrubs now, so. That's the game.
soar over them. Consume and adapt. They fear me. brings worthy prey.